Okay, wow. Brody's being stinky. I think I'm live. Let me check that I'm live. Okay, let's see. Control T, Control V. Okay, yep, it's working fine on YouTube. And it looks like it's working fine on Twitch. I need to make sure the chat is working. Okay, it's working on Twitch. And is the YouTube chat working? Alright. Okay, it seems everything's working. I think my alert box is fixed, though. Yeah, let me see if my alert box is fixed. Okay, yep, my alert box is fixed. That's good. It was super delayed before for some reason. Huh. You know what? I mean, okay, yeah, I had to exit Bug Fables. I had it still open for some reason. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. And now, he stands ready to begin the final chapter of this story. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. They'll probably end up being found guilty, but they'll end up failing. It's probably what's gonna happen. Oh yeah, I need to open it up on my Switch so that way I can actually read chat. Okay, there's my Switch. Still don't. I have to navigate YouTube using the touchscreen, but I still don't know where the heck my Switch controller is. Hey Apollo, look on TV. Look, look. Yeah, I'm kinda busy. Whoa, look at that. He's the last Gremere, alright? Amazing. Apollo, you should be watching this. Ow, what? What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Why was I supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals? And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know? I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lamore disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valent did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while she's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Gavineers concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Gremrier is performing for the first time in 7 years. That's going to be great. I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Grammar-A's. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Ah, you are here, working hard or hardly working. Hey, how have you been? Hi there, stranger. No, he hasn't gone for a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay, pudding! I love pudding. Oh, it's farm fresh. And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups. I'll have it to pace myself. I'll have to. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know? How right you are. Let me disable preview. I could probably do that so that way it actually, yeah, so it's not, enable preview. Okay, there. It's not gonna be as laggy now. So, you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you, anyway. Huh? With me? Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can't I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You've heard of the Juris system, yes? The Juris system? That's right, it's a new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe? Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The Juris system, huh? Well, there's only one thing we can do first, right? Presenting, are we? I did my fair share of that back in the day. So did my attorney's badge a lot, too. He may look cool and calm now, but you should have seen him before. You know me too well, Trucy. I'm glad I provided this opportunity for a little family bonding. What happens if I show him the Magic Show ticket? Oh, same thing. So, Daddy, what's this juris system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the Juris system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurists cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. And there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Their findings directly affect to the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. So yeah, like it's kind of like like that would like benefit the last case because just because all the evidence was there was like all the proof was up against um Darian or whatever their name was um but since all of it was circumstantial until we got a piece that wasn't circumstantial, we couldn't do anything. Starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot? Hey. So, what is this secret mission? The Juris system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk, and nothing gets decided. Kind of like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Jurist System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial is tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial system? It's going to be the one that connects all the cases together. Well, at least the first one with it. Well, since it's the first run through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is a murder. That's not simple at all. By simple, do you mean that the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you? Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway, no sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence, the most serious in a worst case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial. All the forms have been filed, there's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. But why am I only hearing about this now? Ah, yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Eh? Something that happened last night. Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission. But what about this? The Troupe Gremrier Grand Magic Show. Huh? Oh, right. The card tricks. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, I just noticed someone said something in the chat. Let me... Oh, it was good. This is the first time I actually read it. Let's see, and that's because... well, Goomy, you missed that earlier, but it's true she just straight up said to Mr. Wright, which is her dad, hello, stranger, and I just laughed my ass off. They're not card tricks, they're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse, heaven and earth will sink. So what, there's 3 whole days now. It's the Sunshine Coliseum, let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valent. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But, what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow, regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee, now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Ah, Gremrier. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that the Gremrier seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee! So it's plastic. I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So, what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. An envelope about the Gremlins, huh? How much you want to bet this is gonna have something to do with the trial case thing? Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes. Of course, this is just a test. He wanted everyone to start without preconceptions, a blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you a permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good. That's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Paulo, if I am in charge of this whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a wasting. What do you mean can't... What, are they deaf or something? Well, uh, detention center. Let's see who it is. Is it Obama? Or what? Wait, if you can get her, get them to talk. What? Who's is it gonna be? That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes. Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than standing there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter," and then they're standing right behind you. Oh, guard. Is our client going to be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Eek! Where do you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. She passed out. Huh. Miss Magic Underwear might have been... Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. That's magic panties, Apollo. I mean, it's not even gonna matter. She's just not gonna say anything, right? See this here? Does it ring any bells? Does anything I say ring anything? I'm assuming she's deaf. Hi. Well, on your defense, I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. Ugh. So what's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo. Apollo Justice. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know. This is getting nowhere fast. Hey, I know. Maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. Feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. So, I think I understand despair a little better now. You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than the fence? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Excuse me. Could you... Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. And this is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It, it's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Missim. The address is for Drew Studio. And you're giving me this card because... Well, looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Not yet. They can require me to, of course. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valent. What about the case? Ha ha ha! Only a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trucy. How often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Hee Uncle Valent, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Crucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck, and congratulations on your big magic show. Oh? But it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky to witness miracles such as I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing, we get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as magnified illusions are reborn. Here on stage, by my hand. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that Gremory and Miracle's back after a 7-year absence? Miss Trucy, I must apologize. The show in this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Gremerier. If that terrible thing hadn't... It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valent Gremerier, would have been proud to stand up upon the stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valent. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnifiz Illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? My mentor, the magnificent Magnified Gremerier, was a true deity among the magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw him, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for his miracle to match his. As heir to the Gremerier Troupe's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? The world was waiting. Why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law which governs your land. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. Performance of Magnifi's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years? That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnifi's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, and such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe? Magnify knew this, and bequeathed it in his will. To one person. You mean him? Yes. Miss Trucy, it was your father. That Gremerier was the inheritor of the Gremerier miracle. Daddy. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly, 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled up sleeves conceal your contemptance as well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Ah, yes, Miss Trucy. Though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty Magnify passed to me. That was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnify himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. Daddy. Obama sauce. I don't know. H be like H. Alright, well, time to go to the scene of the crime. At least I'm pretty sure this is the scene of the crime. Wow, this looks like... It looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around. With the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. Huh? Apollo, look at this one. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. Well, that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. All the paintings have a really different style, too. Ah, I thought I might find you two here. Emma, long time no see. Oh? Seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here, too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure, so Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew miss him. Miss him. Miss him. And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know? Poisoning's a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. But poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackos. We can't talk to anyone related to this case this time around, which means we'd better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. But what happens if we try to talk? So, this, Drew Misham was some kind of artist? Apparently, did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. Oh? Well, I guess his stuff is kinda pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Ah, yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something, is what she means? He was an odd bird, miss him. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in this studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in that letter box there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Misham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer. The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? So, this woman, Vera. She's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview? At around 9 p.m. every night. Vera would always make him a cup of coffee. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She, po- she poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. If the reporter never got near Mr. Misson's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. Well, yeah, it doesn't mean that she didn't replace one of the yeah, they could have replaced one of the ingredients with poison. Just because they weren't near the coffee doesn't mean they didn't poison it. Or wait a minute, no, you know what? This game hasn't had a suicide yet. I'm just gonna go out a guess and say that the victim actually did a suicide. Yeah, I'm just gonna say the victim. I'm just going with the victim committed suicide because there hasn't been one in this game yet. Yeah, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. It was a suicide. I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Drew missed him alone. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Uh-huh, so the poison wasn't here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poisoned coffee. Not exactly, actually. The ice? What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side, after all. Yeah, it could have been in the ice, or like something else, like creamer or something. Eek! Apollo! That's where the body was! That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up until the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Or maybe he started it a year ago and was procrastinating. You don't have to call him out like that. Eek! Oh, I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils, you know? They're so thick. Is that the word? These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one? It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. Oh, so... Oh, I was trying to check that there, but... That letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Mitchum would have put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. That letterbox... Oh. Well, I checked the door. So wait, did checking the door check the letterbox? Oh, what? Oh, it's because it was like right here and it was just in range of it. Ah, looky here, a handwritten signature. It says, I can't read it. That seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own? Oh, I never thought of it that way. It's a $70 ticket? Okay. Okay. I don't get... Oh, I can check the whole back. I was like, why the barcode specifically? Are you ready, Apollo? Ready for what? For what? For the Troupe Grammar Grand Magic Show. It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on upstage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Huh? You mean I can't go in this? No. That doesn't get more straightforward than that. What a pretty business card. Looks like a postcard almost. And on the back, just her name. That seems odd to me. Huh? What does? Why write your name on the front and back of the card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait or a caricature? Then people would remember what you look like, too. That's not a bad idea, actually. Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo. She's drawing something. Hey, my hair's not that spiky. Okay, but did she get the forehead correctly? Her forehead. I can check the nose. And well, what do we have here? It looks like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried. Like, what should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing? Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. Okay, there's nothing suspicious about the back of this one at least. Is that a pufferfish? Yeah, it is. Is that a pufferfish? Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish. They're not the same thing? You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot in the lower belly there? Nothing. Must remember to keep Cruci away from small round fish. Okay, there's nothing suspicious about the back of this one. Yeah, see, like it mentioned, it's weird because the rough sketch, it does not match this. Like, yeah, well, at least it doesn't really look like it does. Apollo, look at this painting. You can still see the rough sketch. Oh, looks like it was only half completed. Huh? That's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you, too? They do, actually. What's that all about? Yeah, I'm checking like every single part of it just to make sure. Because yeah, if you've played any of these games, you know the smallest detail matters for everything. I just want to check this. I just want to check something about this one more time. Okay. Letterbox. Oh, okay. It's just you can just only you can't like check. You can't just like rotate. You can't rotate it in that. All right. Coffee mug. Oh, it's probably like around like the sides or something. Maybe I don't know. Or maybe. Oh wait. Is there not anything for me to check on this? Well, there has to be something to check somewhere. Oh, I see. It's. Hey, look there! That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably... better ask Emma. Yeah, if that was there, there's a pretty good chance they would notice unless they were intentionally doing it. So, yeah, like I said, I'm going with it was a suicide. Emma, about this mug. There is a pale blue, residue on the rim. Eh? Ah, that. Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science. I knew your hobby was behind this somehow. Or not, that wasn't the poison. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff are you up to? This spray, that's what it turned... that's what it... That's... This spray. That's that's what it turns blue when it touches poison. So, the poison that killed the victim was on this mug? That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing. Yeah, so right there. So it's even more proof that yeah, like I said, because they could have put it on their mug ahead of time, or well, it's so I'm going with it's either suicide. Yeah, it's nope. I was gonna say it's either suicide or the person that came in, but no, I'm just sticking with it suicide, because they could have put it on their they could have put the poison on ahead of time, and then when they went and made it, yeah, it's still possible it could have been the other person, but I'm still going with it suicide. Certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma'd be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. Well, with Emma, you'd have to give her snackos if you'd want her to help. It's that simple. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is it? What is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do, scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? Oh, I suppose, just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Anything we find suspicious. Alright. Yeah. Well, obviously, it's suspicious because there's not the... Emma, about this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you'd had a good reason. But without that, sorry. I guess he wants us to do a little footwork on our own first. But there is a good okay, she's right. There isn't much of a good reason. Emma, about this mug. Oh. I'm about to poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask that. See, this solution is used to test for acroquinine. Huh? Acroquinine, the deadly poison found in an autopsy. Okay. Okay, I was just about to, I actually just went and looked that up to see if I can read about it, because that would help me with the case. But apparently it's a made-up poison by the game, so there's actually nothing, so nope, that doesn't actually, I can't read about it to help me. Uh-oh. I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slow. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown... that's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gore... Wait. 15 minutes. He died after the So yes, it was done ahead of time. It had to have been done ahead of time since it takes 15 minutes to take effect. Either that or that poison there was actually just a cover-up for other poison. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please? You don't have to ask twice. I already use it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Ah! What are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Let's just get down to checking for real poison, shall we? Letterbox? Oh, I can slide? What? I didn't even know. Oh, yeah, this area is here. So it doesn't look like it's over here. Hmm. Oh, wait, well, it only changed, like, once I exit out of it, because if that's the case, then that's probably why you haven't noticed anything yet. Too bad. No reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? Let's check it out, just to be sure. Eek! A reaction! Apollo! Ah! Where? Where? The inside of that cute little frame. Look! Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. Yeah, so like I said, the poison on the mug, yeah, that was a, red herring. Because it takes 15 minutes to activate. And then, yeah, if it takes 15 minutes, that means that the other person wouldn't have been here, meaning that it was suicide. I mean, actually, I don't know what time the person was here, but I'm assuming they weren't here by the time that, like, yeah, I'm assuming they weren't here 15 minutes before death. And if they weren't, then that just completely, yeah, then that just makes it even more, makes me even more confident that yeah, that it was suicide. It'd have to be a really small photo to fit in there. True, and that pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison in a place like this? Well, there's one obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here, too. That's not very obvious, Trucy. Yeah, what's obvious is that they put it on the coffee as a herring, because they shouldn't have died immediately, because it takes 15 minutes. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, on a detective. Emma, I was okay. Well, I don't think there's anything else I can do here right now. At least that I know about. Oh, that. Oh, yeah. She would let me examine them if there was a good reason. Well, I think the fact that we found, yeah, I think the fact that we found some poison in that small frame is enough of a reason to be able to check these. Except she's still saying except there's not a reason. Can we check the paint bucket thing there? It's a brush. Let's take a closer look. Okay. Oh, the painting. Shading here looks like a work of. Oh, I know. Very peculiar. Peculiar. That's not what I wanted to check. I wanted to check this. Uh, so it looks like I can't check what I'm trying to check. Wait, that isn't part of the painting, right? Oh, yeah, it's not part of the painting. I was wondering if it'd let me check that. For all we know, there actually might be poison in some of the paint. Okay, there. Since I actually took a closer look and now it mentioned that, now can I please have a good enough reason to? Oh, she said not without a good enough. I just want to show this to her. She probably won't say anything though, right? Yep. And she's not gonna say anything about this either. I think. Well, no, I know she wouldn't, so no point. Let's see what she says about. Yep, nothing. Let's see what happens if I show her the badge. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a. Alright, so I need to keep looking in here. Oh, yeah, because there's this area over here. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. I wonder why there's poison on this tiny frame. Very strange indeed. Wait, I know. I'll bet it was poison from the time he bought it. Haven't you heard about some kinds of green paint being toxic? I don't think they sell that kind anymore, and the poison was atroquinine anyway. Tiny mysterious poison frame. So, this is Drew, miss him? And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close, a happy little family. Till you arrested his daughter. Ah! Look, I was personally against that, okay? Since he just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh, right. Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? Oh no, he didn't take. Oh, that was Paul saying it. It's new. He didn't write a single line. Ah, you had me going for a while there. Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy? Isn't that a pen, like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping detritus, detri- detritus off his desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Something about the way that figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please, I'm a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? This envelope has been opened and resealed. Ooh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter, then seal it again? Yep, this is definitely a case that's connected. That's definitely why Phoenix Wright chose this. It's definitely connected to everything. I better hang on to this. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We can repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. The only one that can have a green suit is Detective Gumshoe. What is all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. But these cost like 50 bucks at the magic shop. What is all this equipment here for? Oh, it's all... Obviously, wait, what the heck is this yellow thing? What okay, well, obviously, this is something that should be checked. Is this desk we're painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? Ah, considering this has to be connected to the first case, there's all this stuff, and there's that letter from 7 years ago. I'm pretty sure that this area, I think this part of the house was actually yeah, I'm pretty sure, I'm going on a guess and saying this half of the room was, was Trucy's father's stuff. Wait. Or, what if the victim, what if Trucy's father did disappear, but they never actually did, and her father was the painter and ended up committing suicide. Her own father just disguising as someone else and then eventually committing suicide. Knowing this game, that is a very likely possibility. That is a very likely possibility, knowing this game. I would not be a bit surprised if that's the case, because in this game, that is a huge possibility. Wait, I didn't get anything new to the court record besides the envelope. Okay. Oh yeah, I should probably check the envelope, because it will probably let me see what's in it. Hopefully. Apollo, look, it's been opened once here. You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and then stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. Wouldn't you, like, if you put it up to a light, wouldn't you, like, kinda be able to see through it some? Emma, about this. Oh, that. Yes, why that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? Let me guess, it was her. My lips are sealed. Of course it was her. Your lips are sealed. That's a first. You mean, you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ha, please, I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it apparently. Okay, so nope, she didn't. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? She's gonna say science. Yes, the use of tools, highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray, like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right, at least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something, how am I supposed to remember all that? So basically it lets you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right, you're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that, in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works, scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma, please? No, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. Yeah, what are you doing? Oh, just seeing if I can see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me. Okay, I already know exactly what I'm checking it on. Right, let's test it on a sample first. It just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. You set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? You've got it set to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial there for me, would you? That's right, that's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See, that's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only zero point zero 0.05 microns. Breaks cards down into thin layers, so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. The image? You mean rub the screen? There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now, turn the dial again, just a little. Good, now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly, not bad. Neat, let's do some more. So there's nothing I can get, like, up on that. Okay. Yeah, I saw it change some. Yeah, I can already see. See, I can't, well, except for that, I can see it's 16, try again. Because it says lottery 0016, try again. Okay, let's print this one out. Does this mean I have to buy another one to win? Well, it's Emma's ticket, let her buy another one. It's okay, there's no need. But see, this is the crew hidden power of my weapon, neat, huh? Now let's try it on the real thing, shall we? Obviously, there's nothing with the stuff up here. Okay. I just gotta go through. I think this should be the last time, I think. No, I think I have to do it one more time still. Okay, let's print this one out. Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Misham's account. His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're good, if you're gonna read someone's mail, you might well read it all. Here goes with the second page then. I'm gonna, once I'm done, I'm gonna check it and then read through all of it again. Alright, just gotta keep, yep. Oh, whoops, I wasn't paying attention. Okay, let's print this one out. So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy, though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows some things she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's this story about this reporter that came here for 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 a story the night of the crime? Yeah, I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face. But what was his name? Oh, right. Brussel. Brussel? He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with the painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not Cersei, that only leaves one other person. It wasn't Valant Gremrier by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valant Gremrier. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. At least you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance. Really, what's this? A camera lens finder? Do reporters take photos too? I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to. Maybe you could try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You could always win. Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? I, okay, that is just weird. I've deposited the $100,000 into the designated account. Please send oh wait, please, please send please, a receipt once you've confirmed the transaction. Yeah, please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transaction. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. I don't even know what the heck those numbers and letters at the bottom mean, but okay. Oh no, that's the stuff that no, those are the parts of the things that have been read with the thing. Well, I want to know is like, am I allowed to frickin' use that thing to check like the painting because well, clearly the thing is different and it might be completely different. So can I like do that? So yeah, now like, can I like present it and get something now? Emma, about this pen. So now to go to reasoning. Great. So a journalist was here on a story. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name was Brussel. 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 I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brussel, that cloying smell of mint when he smiles. Yes. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? He wanted arson. Okay, anyway. A man by that name called on me just now. Just now? Valiant's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valiant's feet always step forward. That is all. That's all? Very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that the Rapturous reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Gremrier. Uncle Valent, do you know where the reporter went? I recommend that he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. The detention center? He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him. Ooh, here it comes, Apollo. Uncle Valent's big magic trick. Is he going to fix the card? I'm not sure that qualifies as big magic. Yeah, there is no trick. He just ripped it up. What happened to the big magic? it is. It is not. Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped? He must have really not liked that journalist. Yeah, imagine like, yeah, like imagine if there was like a magician like, it's like, so, can someone hand me $100 bill for my trick? And they just rip it up, and everyone's just waiting there, and they're like, so are you gonna fix it? And he's just like, no. That'd be disappointing for the one person, but I would just laugh my ass off though. Alright, so to the detention center. Is he here? October 7th, detention center, visitor's room. Ah, you're here to see Vera Missam? Yes, that's right. She's in the medical office at the moment. Medical office? Is she okay? She's just lying down. Said she didn't feel so good. Sorry, but I can't allow any meetings at the moment. Most annoying client ever. Guess we could come back. That's not why I came here. Is there anything I have to show to Mr. Wright? Or, I'm assuming no. Yeah, presenting. Oh, yep, he just says the same things about presenting. So, is there just anything I have to present to him? Like, I don't know, maybe the... Ah! A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me. Ah, no thanks. Are all magicians like this? Apollo? What was that look just now? I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Why, that bears the Gremrier seal. Hmm. Uncle Valent? Is something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? Huh? Daddy gave it to me. Your... Your daddy? My partner, Zach Graham? No, 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 no. My other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy... Lord Daddy? That's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. His signature upon the back. Do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Grammeret. What? Daddy signed this? Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. Ugh. Ah. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Now, the time has come when I must turn to make my prestigious preparations. By your leave, Mr. Ursi. Hey, wait a minute. He only said to not open it. He never said we couldn't check what was inside it. So can I go to Emma and ask her and see what's inside it with it? Thanks, Uncle Valent. 3 days from now. Make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valent react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. So that's what I had to do. Okay. What's a detention center visitors room? I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money. End quote. No, 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 not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter? Jesus. Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Jesus Christ. What the hell is... I am... What the... Ah, sorry. We didn't know someone was already here. Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You? You're Justice? You? You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on the stand until they spill beans. End quote. That's not true. What's he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance? Whoa, you're Trucy. Eh? Am I famous? Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her paint. End quote. Eek, that's not true. Let's hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him. Did you come here to interview the guard? Oh, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk. Had to interview someone or go plumb crazy. End quote. Huh. I should have guessed. Where's my manners? Name's Brussels. Spark Brussels. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes eyes, writes. End quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? Till you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem madness. End quote. I can see that. He's writing something again on his arm. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. So, Mr. Brussel, you're a journalist? Ah, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here. End quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly, I knew you'd understand. Huh? So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio? Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for record. Yes? Now you look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back. End quote. I can understand that philosophy, but you want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough, but don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly, see, it's the same thing. What is? Ugh. So, you went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he never had a story done about him before? That's right. Look, let me state one thing for the record here. What? I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place? Well, yeah. Look, it's like, oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's going to tell me where he got it? At the supermarket, maybe? Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes especially glass walls with speakers. End quote. Right, guess we'll leave then. But since you're here, might go tell you a tidbit of news I saw just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip. I wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup. When an article in a tabloid caught my eye, famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote, I believe it was. An oil painting? Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a... Yes, I knew it. It's that painting. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach. Journalists can smell soup better than burgers. End quote. Well, let me, boy, do I have something for you. Right, let me go on the record here. Yes? I know what you're going to say. Russell, take this. Write brilliant column. End quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing. And that's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Now I can examine this by I guess I can examine yeah I guess Emma will let me examine it now that now that it's obvious that that it was stolen. Oh, and Emma's gone. It looks like. Oh, well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with that scary face you're making? And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you've got going, Emma? Emma, about this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it? That's not... without a... There is a good reason. It's a... What, do I have to check the painting again? Let's take a closer look. This painting here looks like a work in progress. But the rough sketch part doesn't fit the other parts. I know, but... What? Ha I, I know what I have to do, I just don't know how to frickin' say it. How the heck am I supposed to say, I know this is stolen, you arm hair eater, go eat a bag of toes. Or something like that, because I can't just show her this, because obviously I already did and nothing happened. Because he's saying, I need a good reason, and I already have a good reason. I just realized, maybe I need to, like, talk to him and maybe he'll, like, give me the article or something, or, like, no. So nothing happens whenever I present him the painting, right? So I'm just gonna try presenting everything with him because obviously when you don't do try presenting everything. So, can I... Yeah, it doesn't look like... Yep, so, yeah, it looks like there's nothing else I can get out of him. It's starting to lag again some. Hold on, let me fix that. I know how to fix the... Yeah. Alright, my lag should be fixed, hopefully. Well, I have a YouTube video playing in the background. Let me lower the quality of that video, but that should help things. Yep, it's going better now. So let me try presenting everything the Emma. Alright, sorry. I just realized I probably have to check this for that again now. Right? Okay, never mind. It does not look like checking it again does anything. And presenting it, nothing happens, right? Ugh. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. Like I said, I was gonna see if I could see what was inside it using the thing. Emma, I was. One of these paintings is a good reason to examine it, but but she's just like, lol, no, you can't. Uh, okay, well, I mean, there is one thing in here I never checked. I never checked what the heck this was. Hey, there's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. I noticed that from the beginning. I just didn't check it. I was like, what? I mean, I guess if it's... I mean, there's literally nothing for me to... What if it's embarrassing somehow and you didn't want anyone to see it? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Huh? It's so That's why I couldn't do anything. That's hardly something to get mad about. Huh, what is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. So maybe I have to present that to the reporter. Or I should try presenting it to Emma first, though. This painting came from behind that dresser. Ah, yes, so? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger. A forger? So like Phoenix, so like the painting version of Phoenix Wright. So what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. To supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like a practice for the real thing? Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like, after all. Oh, yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Mr. Rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be interesting, and maybe valuable for our case. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, if they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help. Yes. Yeah, I've been wanting to check that for a while now, but I just didn't even know I had to show her that painting back there to know. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting. And I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Oh, fine, fine. Just this time, though. Let's check it out. I know I can check the other one. I know I can check all. I'm gonna be checking all of them, though. Yeah. Okay, let's print this one out. What? What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like this rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas, so you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So, in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Misham was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them? Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're always silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? Well, are these like pictures of like where he killed someone and then stored the body or something? Wait a minute. Wait a frickin' minute. That's Eldoon's noodle stand. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me, knock yourself out. So if that one was Eldoon's noodle stand, then what the heck is that one? Yeah, so these are definitely, looks like they're actually some cases that already happened. Oh, wait, that one, that was of, Darren shooting Mr. Lataus. That's probably what it was. So then this one, why are there paintings of all the cases I've... Okay, things are getting very interesting. Very, very interesting. Now that I think about it, that kind of further proves that this person was Trucy's father, because she was probably following up on them because she knew Trucy was related to the cases, like she was helping out Apollo, and Apollo was the defense. So, yeah, yeah, exactly. What the hell? What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Trucy, look at these three sketches. Do you notice anything? Yeah, yeah, see, like, what the hell is going on here? Oh no, that's Gavin's guitar on fire. Ah! There. Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of three cases I worked on. Of the three. Okay, what? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Gavineers concert. What could it mean? How could he have painted those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Misham your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? I've never even heard of any Drew Misham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases, drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. Couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham? And what did he have to do with me? Yeah, Paul was freaking out after the first one, but I wasn't exactly sure what it was. As soon as I figured out, saw the second one, that's immediately when I knew what the heck was going on. What the hell is going on here? Well, there's only one way to find out. Well, no, there's actually multiple ways, like looking it up or going through. But yeah. Good morning. So you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right with a W. But not right, right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please? Good morning. She, she speaks. Not bad, not bad. But I think you do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know. That line's a little sus. Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Okay, well that's the start, I guess. How much you want to bet that her like telling sign thing is gonna be her doing something like whenever she's drawing, she's gonna end up like she's gonna like look more intently at the drawing or like stop for a second or something like that. How much you want to bet that's what's gonna be her telling sign? There she goes with the nail polish again. That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Oh, really? Girls. Arson. The forger. And the stolen painting was found at his studio. A life of crime, really? And maybe one that led to his death. October 8th, 10 a.m. District Courtroom number 3. Yeah, 7 years ago, like that thing. That'd probably like mark whenever he started his forging. And 7 years ago, that is when the Trucy's father disappeared. So yeah, like I said, that's what I'm going with. That person is Trucy's father, just changed his name and head. The the Vera miss him. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jurist system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. Daddy's secret mission! The jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists, Judge Well and Judge Cole. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin, I was going to say that. My apologies, Her Judge. Jurist today, Judge today's trial, Coley, if you would be so kind. The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And now we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned by whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Action. Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Residue was found on the rim. I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Since I'm probably gonna have to present this like as a way to show that like he couldn't have died from the poison on the cup since it takes 15 minutes. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning, a chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. The touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. Between 9 and 9:30 p.m. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. Right. Well, for starters, my name's Spark Brussel. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? If you don't mind, I'd like to say something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Brussel? I dislike conclusions, specifically the jumping to aspect of conclusions. Preconceptions make parks sandboxes of endless desert waste, end quote. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that is true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today as a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brussel into that Mr. Brussel, end quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the Altier Journal was History Made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star Falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned them. Whatever are you saying, Judge? Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? Me doing a thing like that? Come on, that's like Newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusation, rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. So happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. So I need to, like, see, like, how long afterwards did it happen. What's this about a star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over. Zowie, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes. Oh wait, a star falls, get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? Wouldn't that wouldn't that think stars fall really? Wouldn't think that does this matter? Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lax punch. I know. Star dies. Nah, lax imagination. Of course you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point, I like it. I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. The moment of death. About when Mr. Missum passed away. Oh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right? Yes, and then? Then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch, he could not do not but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go. I think he's starting his article already. Could you describe that a little more simply? Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Artist Caesar, the final performance. End quote. Acroquinine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a bow. The limbs tremble. The throat burns. That's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight. Oh, yeah? Well, I want details. Lots of juicy details. For that, you can listen to our last year's hit single. I need to plug my Switch in because it's dead again, meaning I can't read chat until it's charged. I really should charge it before my streams. Hexaquinine, my love, by the Gavineers, available at all major music outlets. The point here is that the victim died of atroquinine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony? Very important. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony. Very well. The court requests the witness add this account to his testimony. But it could have happened. It could have taken 15 minutes, though. What? It could have taken 15 minutes for. Yeah. What? Yeah, it could have taken 15 minutes for the poison to kick in, though. Do I have to show the tiny frame? No. What? Yeah, you know what I have to say. He couldn't have died immediately because of the hecking, you know. Mm. Uh, Now that I think about it, it's just saying that was him dying. It's not saying anything about the coffee. So so right now I'm actually contradicting that he died by poison. So I need to ask about something else. I believe I know. Yeah. Okay, come on. Yes, this is what I meant to press on. I meant to press right that. Well, now, if you got a question to ask, you'd best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits several times if necessary. Write for a grade scholar. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write grade scholar. Who touched the coffee? Dunno. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when he served it. And what happened next? Oh, so this is what I'm supposed to press because I'm supposed to get something else. You say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure? Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things, and I've had more than one of my share of so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye. End quote. Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? Yes. What's the difference between the Stars coffee and Brussels coffee? Okay, I'll just do both and say, Mr. Misham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink this coffee? Course! He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet? I guess I can't say I saw him drink it really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lip. Yep. There's the problem. There's the problem. Ugh. I just realized it says that he's yeah, very important. If the victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over. Oh yes, you can go to press with that one. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Very well. The witness will add this to his testimony. Vital, right. Okay, so I'm gonna try the autopsy, but if that doesn't work, I'll try presenting the mug. Okay, I'll try presenting the mug then. Because it's saying that he died from atroquinine, so it wouldn't have been immediate, but it doesn't really say anything about atroquinine. But I know it was on the mug, so obviously I. Oops, I did not mean to select that again. Good thing I didn't hit present. The mug, there we go. Okay, yep. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atroquinine. No, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligram paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atroquinine is as very virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is a slow acting. No, it's slacking. What? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it absorbed into the body astonishingly slow. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he still would have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Okay, hold on. Let me fix the rest of the lag. Okay, the lag should be fixed for the most part. If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Russell, anything to say on the record? Slow acting. Slowact. It was Vertivino, right? Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on a scoop. Ugh. It's Brussels, yeah? Her Brussels. Let's take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion. End quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I'd be forced to say all if what are saying to my simple case. And you'd be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent, and you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop. Scoop. Look, wait, just wait a second, just 1 second. We're waiting, out with it. I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. Revival of recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard of poison that takes its sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brussel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? Okay, yeah, my switch back on. Let me get back to live so I can get back to seeing what's in chat. Alright. You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction. End quote, you might say. Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote. I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Order! 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 As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony, that Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony, in my dream of exclusive rights to this story. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Chung, Herr Brussel, report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? Court is a critical trial of the justice system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. Thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? A suicide note? Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. That means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. No. What? What do you mean that's not right? How is that not right? I guess I'll just press everything. Because obviously that's correct. A suicide note. Well, yeah, don't quote me or anything. I'm just saying it's a possibility, you know? So you didn't actually check the letter? Of course not, it was sealed. Contents of can unknown until a can is opened, end quote. You can always check the label. You think Mr. Misham was writing a suicide note? If he was, that would solve the case in a jiffy. It kind of makes me wonder about that letter. Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham? Well, his daughter Vera, of course. Was anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present? Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse. What about you? The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brussel? I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney uses classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy, end quote. If you intend to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? So he put the letter away when he saw you? Early reporter gets worm. End quote. Oh, early. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of the schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that an unlawful entry, really? Mr. Misham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Okay. Okay, hello for the raid, Brody. You're stinky. Even though I'm able to read chat while playing, it's still not as simple as just looking over because yeah, it's not as simple as just like looking over because I have to actually like look downwards. So like yeah, I can't really like be looking at the game and chat at the same time, but I can still play it while doing it. So yeah, I can check chat, but I still don't do it often because I don't really have a good way to do it. I know I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. Yes, because now I can present the frickin' hecking envelope, right? The defense find this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well, please add it to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. There we go. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in the desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. What? He just frickin' had it. What did he just... Prosecutor Gavin? Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Well, unfortunately, no. But her forehead? It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Brussel, I can explain that. True, right? He wanted to get that letter in an envelope, pronto. Get it out outside my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with, the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped! Order, order, order! Mr. Brussel, can you explain this to the court? Oh, my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots. End quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brussel. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp. End quote. A stamp? Whatever for? Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope. And he put it in that box. Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case. Oh, how I wish it did. Let's think if that were a suicide note. What a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter. Falls. End quote. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yes, Your Honor, it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. You ever just H moment? Because, yeah. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So this was from 7 years ago, yeah? So, am I finished? Am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing. I hate to state what's to be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that, rather unique face. Ah, come on! Attorney has active imagination, little else. End quote. Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination. End quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here. Usually. Eighth moment. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter levered the story. Gets his interview. End quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. So you were threatened to go to so you threatened to go to press with this story. That's how you got your interview? Blackmail? Well, yes. I mean, no. No. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, not something wrong, Mr. Russell? Look, this is my story, my tidbit, journalist info's livelihood. End quote. I see. While you have me chatting away in here, what's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? That could be going to press while I'm going to waste. The court feels your pain, Mr. Russell. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. Certain case, 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leveraged his story, gets his interview, end quote. Story concerns a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Wait. I'm just gonna, maybe this is... Jesus Christ, it's so cursed. Have you considered committing arson? That normally works. Oh, wait, it's a boomer. Oh, it's a boomer. That's who it is. Oh, wait, yeah, it's the boomer. Okay, I might be being an idiot, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it's just supposed to be, that his mouth just has a freaking stroke like that. Because even the judge said he could see it, so I'm pretty sure this is what I'm supposed to do, right? If it's not, then I'll just be... Okay, yep, that... Or not. Mr. Bustle, you're hiding something. Don't yell at me all of a sudden like that, you'll give a guy a heart attack. Ugh, sorry, it's just... The way you were moving just now. It was particularly suspicious. What's that supposed to mean? So I'm usually just sort of averagely... Sorry, my mistake, you're fine. I know I'm onto something here. Time to focus. Alright, so I thought it was... Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be because his mouth was, like, open and crap. I knew it probably wouldn't be that, but... But, yeah. Yeah, it's probably something to do with the brush. See anything there? Yeah, I even straight up saw him just bonking his head with the brush. Yeah, this was one of the ones where, yeah, surprisingly, yeah, the sprite actually did change for this one. But it's probably because this one's supposed to be an obvious one. Wait, is he not bonking himself with the brush right now? Oh, so he's only doing it afterwards. I'm just gonna do this, and then I'm just gonna look around, because you can normally see it whenever it's like this. Let's see, is there anything moving? Nope. Okay, but let's see, the what without compare part. Nope. Stop. Mm, come on. One, it has to be this one, because I already know what's wrong with it. Yeah, it has to be the without compare part, because that's what's wrong with this. Because he's a forger, obviously. So I just have to do this and then just look around and see if I noticed anything. Uh, is there anything? Uh, wait. I think I might know what it is. I'm not sure. I need to watch. Yeah, I need to watch this. I think. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think I saw something. Mr. Brussel, you're hiding something. Yeah. What? What? There was clearly something there. I saw it. What? That was plain as day. Just watch. Just watch. See, look. Oh, it's because I wasn't down low enough. There we go. Sweat much, Mr. Brussel? Yes, yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know? It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. Ah! You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous. Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent was. Just so happens I've evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. Oh, I was gonna show the hitting painting. Oh, yeah, it's right here. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. First is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there's another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. Uh, that is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone, can we keep this private, please? This is my story. Hi, Scoop. Forgery, that's a serious crime. Drew Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in other kinds of art until a few years back. Another art meaning? Forgery? Drew Misham was talented, alright? Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about. Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. Rumors started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago? So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for? Exactly. Forged evidence. That's tidy profit. And, wait a minute. It is connected. Remember. Does anyone here remember why Phoenix Wright stopped forged evidence? 7 years ago to be exact. Now, let's remember, he picked this. Phoenix Wright picked this case. 7 years ago, a note about forged evidence. Yeah, it's pretty obvious what's going on here. Order, order, order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. This is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Oh no, it ties alright. Forged evidence. It's evidence that got Phoenix Wright, that made him stop practicing law. And there's also, in the sketches, their cases that Apollo has worked on. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night, and you, of course. Hey, the only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing interviews. Mr. Brusnell, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you can set an elephant on it, end quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo, what's he talking about? The cross-examination said Mr. Brusel didn't have reasons or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera. That's what. Testimony is her last chance. Mr. Brusel, your testimony, please. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the one who poisoned him, that could have poisoned him, the one that, but the only one that could, Aw, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you can begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one Trump left card left to play, and I won't let the trial end until I use it. Well, I actually have more, but they're not. But I don't. But they wouldn't really. They're not. They're not connected yet. Obviously, they're gonna be connected somehow. I mean, I already know how they're connected. I figured it out most likely. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that. You're sure about that? Well, to be really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof. The possibility is there, I can feel it, just maybe not prove it, not yet. Possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Missum ingested that poison via a route other than that coffee. I can prove it. Proof is possible. I gotta risk it. Well, excellent. Let's see your proof then. Please show us your evidence. What evidence shows that the victim wasn't poisoned via his coffee mug? I do not like where this is going. Must I explain this over and over again? We don't need possibilities here, Herr Forred. We need proof. I know that. You should also know that every proof has its moment. Perhaps you're a bit early. I can tell you what we know at this point. The victim put nothing to his mouth with that coffee mug. Another hole in the case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. But first things first, I better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. On to cross-examination. Not one thing? You're sure? Yep, as sure as can be. Well, with one exception. One exception? What? Journalist Spark Russell does interview. Leaves studio. End quote. Ah, come on. It's a joke. You get it? Not funny, I know, but still. Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Just one thing. I think one thing very well might have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. By what you mean? Something other than our witness? Of course. Don't tell me. Vera Miss Ham. Believe me, any comic relief from me provided is entirely unintentional. Then, let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. This is the only link between that studio and the outside world. On the letterbox? What did Mr. Bustle just tell us when he entered the studio on the night of the murder? The victim had just finished writing a letter? Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true. Furthermore, he went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. Ah, but that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared. Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony. You got it. I still think this fails to change anything, Herr Forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. Wait. A letter disappeared. Huh. A letter was sent to the host in the studio, but wait. I mean, unless he's one of those people like me that lick their fingers and then use that to seal envelopes. Yeah, unless he does that, there was something else that touched his lips right here. Considering that poison to be a route other than the coffee. I can prove it. Proof is possible. It goes nothing. Proof, her forehead, not possibilities. Of course, and Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you just say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter, I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume. Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp? Ah! As we all know, stamps come with a dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it. By licking the stamp. Feh. No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age. Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait. How does that explain the acroquinine on the rim of the coffee mug? If you lick the back of a poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if you put the coffee mug to his mouth, Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Order! 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 But that doesn't, does it? This is even further that it could actually be a suicide, because if you think about it, yeah, that's actually even further, because he could have known that. Yeah, why would he have just a single stamp in a frame, unless it was a special stamp? Like, what would be so special about a specific stamp for it to be in a frame? And if it was poisoned, he probably knew that, and then he licked it, like knowing what it was, put it on the letter, mailed it away to get rid of some of the evidence. And later, whenever he was drinking his coffee, that's when it got on there. Recall, if you would, atroquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope, but his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. Hey, wait a minute. You remember how early the reporter arrived? 15 minutes. How long did it take for atroquinine to kick in? 15 minutes. How long after the interview started? How long after the interview started did he die? Well, right when it started. And remember, 15 minutes before is when he licked the stamp. So, yeah. Well, if you don't get what I'm saying, then you're basically just big dumb right now. You have something to add, Mr. Brussel? Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I believed I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing. See, after putting his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he'd just run out. Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamps he used was poison possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poisonous stamp? Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little, I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection, so what? Apparently you weren't observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying... Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Order! 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 The poison stamp was in this frame? Impossible. But Prosecutor Gavin, why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Brussel? And please stop jittering around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's lots of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too. End quote. The poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. Oh, Rich, that's Rich. Leave this ridiculous flight of fancy to the Gavinier song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. True Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail! Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew red letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. So it's evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death. And I wanted to check the front of it, because I wanted to see how the stamp looked. Oh, wait a minute. They wanted him to mail back a receipt. And they provided a stamp. Isn't this the envelope, the one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope, but this is page 1. And this page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah! In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp, end quote. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letter box. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath, and the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Such a splendid imagination you have, Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago? Yeah? Is that what you would have us believe? Really? Well, it's a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? Poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then became the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, it was 7 years ago, and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence. I see. Very well. I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Froyline Clavier. What? The actual... Ah. Emma. Okay, for a second I was about to have a frickin' stroke. Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Freudian detective? Someone had to come dig you out of the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Freudian detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's nitroquinine residue. I I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fang at last. Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't the murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out. Figured out what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp. And put his decisive evidence in a frame. Ah, you're still here? Can I make a statement here on the record? Spark Razor Toothbrush Brussels claim the scoop is mine. Drew Misham killed in cold blood. By sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more certain. Star falls after 7 years delay, end quote. Order, order, order. I see no room for further argument here, though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to the afterlife. End quote. Uh-oh. I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. I see no need to further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo. I think we just won. Very well. The court finds a defendant. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. I knew it would not be that easy. Is this the bright future of our legal system, Prosecutor Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavin Yearsodes are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. Yeah, the poison probably expired or something. There's a fatal contradiction in her forehead's claim. Contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed. Oh yeah, and also if he figured it out, why would he use that stamp if he knew that it was poisoned? Oh well, he would have if it was suicide, but if that's the case, then why would Mr. Drew Missum have done what he did? Emma, explain that. He must have realized it was poisoned. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger would have sensed a trap and put the stamp in a frame. I did not debate this, but this begs the question: why, 7 years later, did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Ugh. Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Missam simply forgot? He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? Ugh. Ugh. Well, he would have if it was a suicide. Well, I admit it's all quite shocking myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo. Let me check how long I've been streaming. Alright, almost 3 hours. I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay then, how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to the court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atroquine residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be atroquinine residue. But her forehead? It's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all. Ugh. I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again. Apollo, we were wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue. Something, Monsieur. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There was traces of the poison atroquinine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamped on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right. Which means there's a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time. I'm sure of it. The trace of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of this evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. A fake clue? Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, ja? A fake clue that's thrown us off the poison trail is none other than... The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. Well, it doesn't make sense. It's the victim himself. Congratulations. You completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger? It makes a good story. I'll give you that. The fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries. Ah! I know that face. That's the... I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake? One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's 2 forgers, and one of them was a fake. Wait a minute. It happened 7 years ago, right? The original forger was the Grammarier, and the new one was someone else. So I was right about them being Grammarier. The one, yeah, Trucy's dad that went missing. I was right about that. Well, either that or the new one is the Grammarier. Order, order, order! So you're telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You better not claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Misham was. Drew Misham wasn't the real forger. There's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham was himself a forgery. The real forger was... Wait, is it asking who, wait, is it asking, who's the one that was doing the forgery was? Or is it who, or is it who it actually is? Oh. Well, I'm a Bengus, then it's just Vera. There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Misham, is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Order! 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 Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb, even for you. I kinda agree. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well? Fascinating. Vera Misham? You've been paying attention to the trial so far? Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger? Drew Misham? What was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Freuleans, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. So the forger Drew Misham was you? Yes, it was me. What? What? The court was in an uproar, and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. Since this is, since I'm pretty sure this is the last case of the game, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be one of those 3-day cases. Okay, so where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually... Doing her nails. So, you really made those forgeries? Yes. For father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I so happy. But, in the end, I was making those forgeries. Never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, father is... You know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So, you were already creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, who was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time to the courtroom, please. Right. At a time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 of finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice? Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. Yeah, like I said, he's the missing Grammarier. Because 7 years ago, he's the other Grammarier. I've been saying it this whole goddamn time. All about the Wright and Co. law offices. Yep, right, yep, definitely. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. You know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. October 8th, 11:36 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, Miss If You Would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting, the remarkably similar one? Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, she was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, Ja? Yes, it was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger, this Drew Misham. If there's no way to proceed, then I'll just be pressing. So it looks like I'll just be pressing. So these things you were making are... You mean paintings, identical to the other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Alright. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done one painting up? You'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. But Father had a realization. He'd noticed my talent extended to making things other than the paintings. I just realized. The reason Mr. Wright could have adopted Cruci is because he didn't have anything to do after a case. Like there was a case, and then, like, after what happened, she couldn't do she didn't have a father or anything or something after it. I don't know, or no, Mr. Wright probably defended her. He probably defended her in a case. That's how he got to know her. And the reason this was made was because, like I said, it was the other Gamrier, so Trucy was actually his daughter. So he would want forged evidence, so that way so that way she wouldn't be found guilty. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promise in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham. A new industry. The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. So, you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. This Fräulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp? This is a rather important matter. Give your answers some thought. I received the stamp that was in the envelope. What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back, atroquinine. A moment, Her Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fräulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful. Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? So she swapped it out because she liked the stamp. Yes, I think it was. So, you didn't know about the poison? I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. We began drawing picture books. This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Misham was to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp. Could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that, yes, it was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fräulein. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. That's what this is for! Magicians? I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat, your confusing mysterious was freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See, isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure, no need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? Now, where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she'd completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo! We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope. And the path to it took through Miss Ham's life. Alright, so let me say what I'm thinking right now. So basically, I'm an idiot, and that person wasn't the. What happened is, the Grammarier, the reason that envelope was there is because they actually tried to kill them for forging evidence in something. I don't know what, but that's what ended up happening. And so there's two things I can present here, I think, at the last one. Those magicians you liked, was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch. I see. Still, I have to wonder, why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Grammarier. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? Gram... Gram... Grammarier. What's with Gavin? Might I ask this one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask what? No. Answer the question. Now. Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me, I apologize. But, I must know, please. Miss Ham, tell me. It was a book. A single page. And a book. A book? Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. No, I don't. No! I think he just realized what I think he just realized that's what it was. The forged evidence that got rate fired. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Ham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How? How did you know? Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing. Has he? You're soiled, sullied mentor, nothing. Sullied? Who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know? A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Yep, so this is how Gremrier and Phoenix were connected. Yep. Phoenix Wright, tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence. Is the girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham you to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? We only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was, it was, what is it? Cla defense attorney Gavin? I mean, yeah, that one. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Uh, Vero! D the devil. What? Did she really just say that? Boy, bruh. Defendant Vera Misham. Condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnostics. Acute acricanine poisoning. Oh! This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was during the trial poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She's currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case, at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go. To find the whole truth. showdown time. Yeah, it was defense attorney Gavin, and that's why he killed this person, because they had a locket of Phoenix Wright's daughter, which was Trucy Wright, which a lot. No, you, you, you don't mean. Are you telling me that that person was the actual was actually the Grammarier? The other wait. This is how. I'm assuming it's gonna have me play through that, right? Yep. 1927, District Court, Defendant's Lobby Number 2. Okay, it's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Got to try and relax. Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigmar. Sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards, and that was enough. Actually, it wasn't, trust me. Oh, morning, Daddy. Ah, I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine, as always. The old boy here has helped me after all. That's a young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks, my first show's today, after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is he talking about? Oh, old boy. Huh, me? Look what he started. Here. I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this, a memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. And that's the forged piece of evidence. What? Uh, well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. They're switching of the attorneys just before the trial. I know it's a difficult situation I put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes, they will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Daddy. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shaggy Enigmar. Yep. Person out killed wasn't Shaggy Smith. Well, they were Shaggy Smith, but they were also known to the world as Zach Grammarier, a wildly popular magician, star of the troupe Grammarier. His mentor, Magnifique Grammarier, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered into a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. So, if, if you think about it, whenever I said like the victim they committed suicide, they did, but not intentionally. Yeah, they unintentionally committed suicide. It was still someone else's fault that it happened, but it was still technically suicide. And Zach Grammarier is the suspect. And this Okay, wait, what? Okay, anyway, H. Court is now in session for the trial of Sadie and Nigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking. Is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, Ja. Where are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? A Gavanier's concert's got 10 times the thrill the gig's got. Who? Where are you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started, legally, Ja. Gavin, defense attorney? Christoph Gavin? Ah, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin, lead singer for the mega hit band, the Gaviniers. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, ah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Her attorney, right? Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case. That's sung, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. Yeah, Gumshoe! Best character in the series. And you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today. See? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony. I'm just saving. Just in case. I don't know. Just in case. Her detective? This is my stage. Can the antics? Huh? All this hey youing and such. And I could care less about your history together. Ugh. Very well, Detective Gumshoe. If you would, please tell us about that case at hand. It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnified Gremrier, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Ah, yes, the great magician. Yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnified to one of my generation, you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his discipline's even better. I dare say Troop Grimmer has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnify's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A malignant tutor or something? Malignant tumor. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. A malignant tumor, perhaps? In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. Hmm. Each attorney's badge has a number engraved on the back. No two numbers are the same, so if you drop it, people will know it was you. Better make sure I don't lose mine. Oh, okay. I get how it's gonna go. I think basically it's It's gonna be like he was like a hired hitman or something, so he'd get killed, so that way, because sometimes insurance wouldn't cover a disease or something, and like only an accident. So like basically what's going on is this notebook. It's supposed to lead towards the fact that fact that it was a hired hitman he did on himself, so that way there would actually so his life insurance would actually be work instead of just from an illness. That's probably what's going on, but either way, it's clear that this notebook page is forged, though, and this is what got him fired. The facts though seem simple enough, but something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? Well, I already frickin' explained that. I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to suit up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. I believe the question before us is clear then. I always hated getting shots. Just Magnify was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Ugh. Wait, Magnify used this to inject his insulin. Why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. Well, okay. Yep, I was right. Wait, so it looks like what's going on is that this is only what's happening because of... Yeah, clear. I'm pretty sure this is what actually happened, and the forged evidence is what got them out. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger? I wonder. So let me read it. I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit. Sir, one thing bothers one thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the detail, her attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night, for a half hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifi Gremrii, was given an IV. An IV? There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11 a.m., a doctor would come and set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse? I wonder. He could have at least mentioned it to me. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded. It could have been a setup. But let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks, pal. Fine. I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. And this letter was sent by the victim. There it is. Gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal. Huh? I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. Ah, I see. Score one for the boys. I didn't lose, I was just asserting the facts. So why am I so annoyed? But, a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. The defendant did what he asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on other people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that knocking cranking. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, Detective. You also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, Mr. Abnett. Oh! I think. Unless that's a light, that's a bullet hole. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? The defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes? Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant propped him one in the forehead. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. What? And you can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired, like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you are thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? Oh, it was either that there or it was the IV. Yeah, it's either a bullet hole there, part of the light, or it's the IV. So I'm just gonna try this first. Ah, I see. What's this to say? I have no idea what you're talking about. Prosecutor Gavin? The defendant has chosen other than shooting the victim in the forehead. Perhaps I might suggest one. He could have shot this attorney in the forehead. Ugh. Ah, I see. What's this to say? I still don't see. Still, when in doubt, give a penalty, I always say. Ugh, time to think this one through again. Yes, so if it's not that, then it's the IV. Wait a minute, let me check something. Okay. But let me check another thing. Okay. He never specified his own forehead. And I see it now, where the bullet hole is. Yeah, it never specifically said the victim's forehead. The clown doll? Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too. Ah, there's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. Ha! And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll? He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Ah! Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead. It definitely looked like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. I admit, I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown's doll forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad is it to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So, what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. One shot. But it says one shot, though. This statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you, Mr. Wright. Ugh, must be on the wrong track. Yeah, I see the bullet hole right there, but... okay, well, I'll just try presenting everything, because that's normally what I do. Well, no, I should try pressing first. Yeah, I should have tried pressing first. That was dumb of me. So, let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim? Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary, but our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention, and read this letter carefully. Yeah, but it said one shot though. So if you did that, it wouldn't have. I need the gun in the court record. Come on. Like what I want to present because I remember they mentioned it was shot recently, but they never said two. They never said two shots. They only said shot recently. How the hell? So yeah, I've been thinking it's the gun, but how the heck do I get it in the court record? Pistol. Give me. Yeah, I need more info about the gun. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zack and Valance quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valance stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot, but the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they use in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot of the police force about the choice. Drip Grimmery stopped doing that act a while ago. What about held on to that pistol ever since? I need more info about the bullet. I mean the gun. You mean the pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words? You bet we did. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Fortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Intriguing point. Well made. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not well made. Not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts it as evidence. Yeah, wait, and plus the chamber is empty anyway, so if... Yeah. There we go. And he said recently, the trickiest case often seems the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Ah! If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim, too. Yeah! That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility. What is this? Seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, her detective was just the warm-up act. Ugh. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gremerier who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for 15 minutes to recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. Yes. Okay, hold on. Let me Yeah, I'm checking some things. It's still I'm still streaming, right? Yeah, I still am, right? Huh. That's actually weird because Restream says I've only been streaming for 24 minutes, but OBS says I've been streaming for 3 hours. Okay, yeah, that's actually a little weird. I'm still streaming though, right? Yeah. All right, that's weird. Anyway, very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. You've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you'd believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know? I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one shot in the forehead. One, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I cannot deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say for now, at least. What's this for now business? I've done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the incident? Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. Snuck into his room that night and at the appointed time, and found there on his bedside table 2 pistols. 2? Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valant. Oh, for the Zack and Valent's quick drill thing? My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall, there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I have not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnify coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grammarier? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. Took the pistol I fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. The... what were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you. Concerning the case. Concerning the case. You mean there's something else you can tell me? You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnified grammar, eh? The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him up anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion. Maybe 5, 10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Haha, Mr. Wright. Did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zach Grammarier, he seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right, let's get back in there. Yeah, the thing is, we always hear from the bailiff, but we never actually get to see the bailiff, ever. April 19th, 11:37 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. Court is now back in session. During a recess, a bullet was found and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is nose and the rifling marks. There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you'd think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident that this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production, being the other half of the Troop Grammarier's famous duo, Zack and Valant. Valant and Grammarier. So, we get to meet the great Magnify's other disciple. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valant Grammarier, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student to your partner's guilt? Fate, the grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. But wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock that night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay, I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait, that's the same letter Zach Grammarier received. Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order, order, order! What does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what is going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Gremrier up to? By what you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion, Her Judge. From these letters, I'd say he was coercing him, not asking him. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us? Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Ugh. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Gremrier, stands accused. Tell us why. I'll do more than that. Mayonnaise can. For where he walks, the red roses rise singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating to remind you that the evidence could just clearly point to you as a suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the two bullets on the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. That's how your magician knows. Timing is everything. Yes. Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up. Okay. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final blow. Bow, whatever. I didn't automatically my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yeah, a deal with the deed is still a deed. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime. Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, and the defendant, Zach Gremrier, is guilty, and if it wasn't Zach Gremrier, then the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act, well, you get out of that. Well, I mean, we'll get you out of that. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifier requested. Huh. So gunpowder hung in the room when my mentor had taken his final blow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal was a deed, still a deed. That sweet kiss I gave to the clown. I mean, I kind of doubt it, but kind of slightly. So I'm just gonna. There were two bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed the murder. I better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, the number of pistols. Yeah, because if there's one, then how many pistols were there when you entered the room? By what do you mean what, precisely? Two pistols were used in the Zack and Valent quick draw shoot-'em, correct? One for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Yeah, he took it with him, so if there's only one gun, I mean, if there's only, no, wait, no, if there's, I mean, if there, wait, if it's two guns, it's like I entered the room that night and at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table two guns. I don't know, if it was one there, then yeah, that means he was there after Zach. I see no problem with the statement. Only one pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. So, you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam. Alakazing. Alakaboom. Your mom's a shoe. So wait, let me think. Let me think. Everything we know. So, what's happening is they were both ordered to shoot the person. There's a gun left on the table. Okay, and both claim to have shot the clown in the head. The ballistic markings in the victim's head match the gun on the table. So the gun on the table, if the ballistic markings marks the gun on the table, then that means that gun was used to shoot the victim, and since the other gun was removed, there's no way it could have been another gun, and plus, so yes. Number of pistols really so important? Yes. Yes it is. It's very important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Only one pistol was in the hospital room that night. Was it? I shot the clown. According to the defendant, Jacques Gremerier, when he entered the room, there was 2 pistols on that table. 2. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story. Mr. Valent? Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Ah. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order! 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 Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now, quite sincerely I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I'm still young, and I might add, it wasn't really my fault. The defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime. We would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valent Gremerier? Yes, Your Honor? You are presented to the court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. You'll see in time. Testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. And his next tone discussion will prove. Alright, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say, 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. 11:10 p.m. What the? Okay, so. Okay, I thought there was a problem there. It doesn't seem like it. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. to use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi. It's easy to explain in this situation, Herr Judge. For example, take our debut hit single 13 Years Hard, Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. The debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long. What a ripoff. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death, determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its custodially bored, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus of this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, right. Alright, so I'm only gonna press on things that I'm 100% sure are true. Okay, I don't doubt that he went there at that time. I do doubt that. You walk in on a murder, and the first thing you do is shoot the clown? The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request without reason had caused me a surfeit of sorrow. For what would I, Valent, be now without him? May the soul of Magnify the Great find greater peace above. This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Her Attorney. May I remind you that basis remarks will earn penalties. Proceed with that in mind. Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death. True. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic reveals in making complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taken. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnify Gremria's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnify took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there. Yes. Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Ah, the needle's been removed. Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Okay, and so it was when I, Valent, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Does that seem important? I mean, yeah, I just gonna say it is, why wouldn't I? Okay, it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. We hold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to its testimony. Sometimes the most magical things of all is the truth. Water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did. I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Lucky for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. When Zack and Valent won their first Magicians Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in its attire then too, in our trophy, a bust. What a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I think 'twas huge, especially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case, indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valent sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this? Lucky colored testimony. He said the IV was hued with his color, right? Why the hell is it green then? Certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Basic accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope the latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us? The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene? All the stock color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Herr Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and, I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. Yeah, you can't promise it in black and white, because if it was in black and white, you couldn't do anything about it. Valent Gremrier, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kinda takes the mystery out of it, but yeah. Something wrong with the yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag. Ugh! What is this? What? Foul ick. It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Ugh. Alakaz, no! Order, order, order! What does this mean? This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness is mistaken. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valent Gremrier, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, contradiction can mean only one thing. And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, the contradiction. One I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree, at a glance, the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like I want to say light blue. Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid inside a blue bag and... You get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. My question is, how the hell did he know it was actually yellow, though? I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it. As I thought, there's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave for you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Ah. Ugh. Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazam! Order! 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 Mr. Wright, you won't explain this at once! The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid. Oh wait, that was Mr. Wright. So I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valant Gremerier, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before, but not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if you knew about the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. You claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there is a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but the IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight. Her right? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now, wait. I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself say to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down the earth? Valant Gremerier, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props. Props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... has been washed. Why would it have to be washed? To hide something, obviously. The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean and not a trace of liquid in it. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There could have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valant Gremerier, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect cloak. One that you could manipulate at will. Alakaz... I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections. Court is adjourned. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never, ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it. Nor was the witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This, I admit, after all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much. You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Her Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim Magnify Gramarier's diary. Diary. After going into the hospital, Magnify began writing in his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and the meeting of his disciples. Seems intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? This does appear to have been written just before his death. There's a tear. You can see a page which has been teared, though. The court accepts this in the evidence. Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, refers to our defendant, Zach Gremerier. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnify Gremerier intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gremerier didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnify's life is brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gremerier. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnify Gremerier wrote this? There is no mistake in his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnify did intend to continue his diary, yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gremerier. Well, how do you like me now? Right? Still too green for your tastes, He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking. But to put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. The diary's accepted like this. The trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them a little something. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown to the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. 'Cause I don't believe it. Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night sought magnified Gremarier. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. What in the Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Note to the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifus' diary. Quite remarkable. Well, would you care to explain what this all means, her attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gremarier left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valent Gremarier. No. No! Wait, what? Yeah, it's weird. See, Restream says I've only been streaming for 30 minutes now. I've definitely been streaming for longer than 30 minutes. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order, order, order. But wait, that's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that. Finally, you just couldn't resist, could you, her, right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Her judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? Prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I asked only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a jurisdictory deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather? Ah, yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yes. I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it. You... what? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gremarier. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large. Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Well, so, we are to understand that This page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence. Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That... I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them. But, there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Oh, old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yes? Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court is a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal too. Perhaps for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you'd want it to, Ja. I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright? Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, the trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Does not exist? What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Mr. Enigmore? The defendant escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double. He must not be allowed to escape. So yeah, and then that was Sadie Smith. Yeah, he sends him to Sadie, to Sadie Smith, and then, yeah, that's how he found Wright, and then, yeah, and then, attorney Gavin got him dead, and then, yeah, it was to cover that up. That day in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shaggy Enigmore, aka Zack Gremerier, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Gremerier miracle. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Gremrier vanished, along with him, for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. Yeah, let me make sure the stream's still running fine. Yeah, it's still running fine, I think. Yep, it's running fine still. That... Oh, whoop, I did not mean to do that. Okay, there we go. That trial, 7 years ago, was the beginning of it all. This I know, beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnified Grammar's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zach Gremrier go? Well, I already know. They ended up Sadie Smith, and that's why they ended up having a locket with Phoenix Wright's daughter, because they were both. It was his daughter, and yeah, it was both of their daughters, because well, it was Phoenix's adopted daughter, because he didn't have anyone after that case. What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? What? The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. What the hell is going on? But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well, and when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. What? Aye, Phoenix Wright will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present for forged evidence. It ended half-finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There's something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? I already know. It's Cyclops. Well now, shall we begin? Let's figure out a switch between past and present. Well, let's begin 7 years ago in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. What the hell is going on? What? The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this probably. Besides, I had plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review's board decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. So I deeply regret having to declare a verdict on this way. This trial is over. Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Mr. Enigmar. The defendant escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. Oh, hi, Cat. I don't know how long you were in here for, but I just now noticed either way. I'm just checking something. So, yeah. Restream, it says I've only been live for 43 minutes, even though I've been live for about four and a half hours. So if Restream thinks I've only been streaming for 43 minutes, there's a 6-hour stream limit, doesn't that mean I technically have extra time that I normally would? So I think I'm just gonna go until I finish this, because, I'm just gonna go until I finish this because it messed up. Yeah, wait, let me make sure it's still fine on YouTube. Okay, yes, it's still fine on YouTube, so yeah. Since, apparently, yeah, I'm gonna go to the end of this game now, because for some reason, Restream thinks I've only been streaming for 43 minutes, when I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. So that means I'll probably be able to go further than I normally would be able to since it messed up, and I don't want to pass an opportunity like it messing up like this. Because I wanted to go to the end of this anyway. When I came here on that fateful morning, still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Calm down on your hands, floor on your head! Floor on your head, now, now, now! What's the big idea? My ears! Officer Meekins. No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Zoing! I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case, 2 years ago. No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present of progressive tense, sir. There's no past, there is only now, sir. Okay, okay, you're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. So apparently Meekins is also the bailiff? Okay. How come the... I'm surprised that the game never mentioned that, like, before, ever. Um, I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir! But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing. I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct. Lost my friend, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this. But last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform, I took it with me as a souvenir for the day I was fired. That can't be legal. It is not. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here. A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope, then tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gremier's disappearance? Oh, the humility! That's enough of that. No, no, spy. Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in the court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open, slam, and some guy's face is right in front of me, face. So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk cow all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building. I have a diagram of the court building here. Aha, there's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, never a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Gremier run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up, like this, around the corner, like that. So, with no delay. Ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly, I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like I was right there because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in there. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. And unless they use a trick similar to like it being Mr. Hat, they could have used a similar trick. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Trucy did the Mr. Hat trick, and that's right. Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish in the thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can you talk so loud and still be hiding something? Well, the Magnata, yeah, the Magnata, there was, yeah. Oh, what? I don't have it. Okay, so, I was about to say, how come no Cyclops appeared, but it's because we don't have the Magnata on us for some reason. So, Zack went into this room when he vanished? Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. Eyes! That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape. That's Zack, alright. But, sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. I mean, I know one thing they could have done. If the doors open inward, what they could have done is they could have got in, went beside it, so when the door opened, they were hidden behind by the open door, and then they just left, yeah, and they just went behind them. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir, ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking? You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Cyclops. I should have known. A Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks on people's hearts, and if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all. The Magatama ends it. Hopefully I have enough evidence already. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey, who? What's the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm going to find out what. Zack Gremory vanished from the room. How do you do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say sir. Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen, it was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zack's accomplice was. I know who here in this was in this courtroom that day. I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir! Sir, that day, she was here, in the room, sir. But he wasn't. You mean, you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in days as police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it's not how to mistake a girl for a 7-foot tall magician. 7 feet? Zack isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zack Gremory, eh? But you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? So no, I don't think I have enough info yet. It has to be, it definitely has to be Mr. Hat, though. I don't know how to show Mr. Hat. Yeah, I don't have a way to do anything, right? My. You're what? I guess attorneys have some tricks up their sleeves, too. It hardly qualifies as a trick. You might be able to fool little girls with that, but you'll never fool little Meekins. I need to think if I actually do have the right stuff to do this. No, I don't. Yeah, like I said, I have to find a way to get Mr. Hat added. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Yeah, I need to find a way to get Mr. Hat added. If anything, I'd have to talk to Trucy, right? 7 years ago, right in code law offices. Ooh, morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks, my first dose today after all. Yeah, today. 2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while, just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. It's so weird. Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you. Huh? Really? So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney? Or actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Okay, say Daddy. That was quick. Yes? If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy. Ah. Oh, in this office, it's a little blah. A little cooler goes a long way, you know? Ah. Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this. Trucy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy. Ah, thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy? Zach Gremerier? Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy was that again? Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of the troops, Gremerier. They're so big. Oh, Gremerier. They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happens when you put Zack and Valiant Gremerier together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. This giant trout swam up the giant waterfall. Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top. I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic. Ah, I shouldn't have brought it up so soon. I wonder what'll happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother. But I have my magic, and Great Daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be okay. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay? Make sure I'm still streaming. Just want to make sure since, Restream messed up and it said I'm streaming less than I actually am, so I just want to take advantage of it. Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage? You mean with your daddy? Yep. She was always there with Zack and Valent smiling. But then she went away. Went away? It was a grand illusion. But she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back. Maybe so. I cried then, a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this, here. This is your mother? She's beautiful. Hold well, I need. Hold on. I need to. Wait a minute. I I need to do a little something something right now. I need to check something here. Which one was it? Okay. I need to do a little something something right about now. Alright, you see this? Well, obviously you should know who this is by now, right? It's obviously Lemore. But there's something a little suspicious going on here. Disappearing. Their mother. Disappearing. Lemore. She doesn't know who the heck she used to be. And that's not all. Let me do one thing real quick. Yes, she has no memory of her time before Lemore. Take a look. Yeah, you can see the similarity. It's pretty obvious. If you don't get what I'm getting at, Trixie's mom is Lemore. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm just putting together like everything I like figure out from this because it might help me later on, like to help me remember what the heck is actually going on. So yeah, wait. Actually, no. Let me Control A, Control N, make like a bigger image because I can. I didn't. I meant to make them the same size. Resize. One, two. There. Ooh, that might have been a mistake making it big. Cancel, 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 cancel. Yeah, yeah, that was definitely a mistake trying to make it that big. Here, if I delete all of it, it will make it easier to resize it to something smaller. Let me lower the width to the height. There we go. So, yeah, I'm just gonna make something that yeah, I'm just gonna make a thing of things I figured out so it makes it easier for this case. Ooh, no, I actually think I might need to make this a little bigger. Alright, alright. Yes, I need to make this bigger. I, I didn't mean to do that. I need to take this, move this over. Alright. So, see. Shaggy Smith. Okay, and then Zach Gremerier. Especially side by side, you can definitely just see it. Especially just side by side, it's very clear. Yeah, they're the same person. And then, so yeah. So it's proven that these two are her parents. And then it's proven that these two are the same. So that means these people are actual. So that means Shaggy Smith and Lamore are actually Trucy's parents. And then um yeah. And then to get away, she used Mr. Hat, which I don't really know how I can show that, but yeah, I can definitely show that these are connected because they are definitely the same person. Yeah, they whoops, yeah, because yeah, just yeah, that's definitely what I'm pretty sure is going on here. Now let me switch it back to the game. Name is Thalessa Gremerier. But remember, she said she has no memory of her time before it, so that wouldn't matter. Yeah, I'm just adding a few more things, like adding labels, like disappeared during a trip, no memory of time before, disappeared 7 years ago. You know what? Yeah, see, this is what I have, like, right now, I'm trying to remember this person's name right now. Oh yeah, okay, yes. Okay, yeah. Oops. Yeah, I'm trying to connect everything together because I think I have, yeah, because I think, yeah, everything's starting to get connected. I'm just trying to visualize it. And especially since I have all the time I can do, especially I have a bunch of time because of, Restream messing up, it's fine. Yeah, I'm just trying to connect everything together right now. I think I already know how it's all connected. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, but I'm just trying to visualize to make more sense. Unknown person bought the evidence and gave it to Phoenix Wright. Oops, wait. Let me make things. I'm gonna change things up some. Hold on. Whoops. I need to make that smaller. Not that small. Not that small. A little bigger. There we go. I make it a different color. Ooh, I actually need to move all this down some. Yeah, I think I finally understand it all. But like I said, I'm just trying to visualize it. Yeah, I think yeah, I think this section here actually needs moved up. Move it up. Oh, wait a minute. No, 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 no. I need to copy it, delete it, and then put it on a new layer so that way it won't mess up the other things. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, I think I understand it, but I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to visualize it. Because, like, there's some gaps in my head that I'm not entirely sure about. Yeah, yeah, before I continue, I want to see, like, how much sense I can make of everything that I've been given so far. What? Wide Gavin moment. Yeah, like I said, I'm just trying to connect everything right now. Okay, well, yeah, I need to move everything down more. I need to merge the layers first, otherwise it won't. Yeah, it would only move some things. Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to visualize things. Yeah, yeah, like I said, I understand, but I'm just trying to fill in some gaps I have in my head. Yeah, so yeah, I'm trying to I'm just trying to visualize things. Yeah, I'm trying to fill in gaps. There's just so many gaps I'm not sure about. Like mainly like who the heck is this person? Like there's a really high chance they're the one that tipped about the forged evidence, but it's most likely it was definitely a trap. Hmm. Yeah. I'm trying to think things through. No, no, no. Hmm. Yeah. I'm. Yeah. See, there's a few things that don't make sense. Just mainly, who the heck is this person, and what the hell was Gavin's motive, and it makes sense why he had him lock it with Trucy's picture because obviously, yeah. But like I said, what I still don't get is, hmm. Oh my, wait. Oh my, I just, oh boy, I'm gonna be deleting some lines. But I just realized something. Something big. Big, 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 big. Biggity, biggity, big, big, big. I could have increased the, here, I need to undo that and increase the tolerance so that way it actually selects the whole thing. There we go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Also, yeah, I need to move this half up. Here, let me use lasso select actually. Wait, actually, no, 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 no. I only have to move up Gavin. Well, this one. Alright. Yep, and then just have, the line's gonna be a little weird, but hey, it's fine. Now, this is where things... Yeah, this is where I started to realize things. First, I need to make a new image just for this specifically real quick. And then move everything over. Now, copy this. Add a new layer. I need to move Phoenix over to here. I should actually make it smaller just to make things easier. So, see, the reason I'm saying this is because all that, everything fits then. Yes, so, basically, what I think has happened is, basically, yeah. So, yeah, and then Phoenix, right, yeah, he knew about why Gavin did all of this. And, so far my only known connection about Apollo is that he worked with Gavin and then Mr. Wright took him in, but it has to be connected to this somehow. I don't know how yet, though. Yeah, like, if he bought it, like, it would have made sense to do that, to set up the traps for Phoenix Wright. Because, because of the forgery. And then, yeah. And then, ooh, crap, I actually need to extend things over this way. I know some of the text is messed up, but it's fine. It's fine. I actually need to move it up some. Yeah, there's only one way I know of Apollo's connection, but I don't know like too much about the connection. So yes, this is how I think everything is connected. Wait a minute. There's actually still one more connection I need to make. This is the most important one, though. There you go. That's the most important connection right there. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's all a huge mess. I might actually fix this up in my free time if I end up wanting to, but yeah, I think this is how everything it went. Basically, she made the frickin' a thing, not knowing it, and then then he sold it to um he sold it to Kristoff, who worked with her forehead, and then like again, and it was they were defending Phoenix Wright, but he ended up attempting to frame Phoenix Wright to hide the forgery. Now, normally there'd be no connection between Phoenix Wright and the forgery. Oh wait, actually no, there was. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. He framed him by killing Sadie Smith, who had no connection to the forgery, or so was thought at first, because he had a lock of Trucy's picture, and he looked just like someone with the same first name, Shaggy Arai, who disappeared 7 years ago and was the father of Trucy Smith, which was the defendant of the case he made the forgery in to help his brother um when in his first case. And then whatever the frick their name was, they were interested in writing Co because they said that. And then since Apollo was his apprentice, like after Phoenix lost his badge, the drafts they had Apollo's cases, but he was basically Phoenix's apprentice. And and then yeah, he was in the same band as Darren, which killed Mr. Lathouse, the interpreter of Lamore, which had no memory of her time before, and looked just like someone who disappeared during a trick that is also frickin' yeah, that is that, yeah, so basically, yeah, that's basically how I think it's all connected. I'm probably gonna polish this up sometime, but yeah, anyway, yeah. So that's how I think things are. I'm assuming I'll be able to add more to it as it goes on, but let me try and, okay, here we go. Back to this. Poor girl, I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. And now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes. Hey daddy, you won't... Don't worry, I won't vanish, I promise. Right, you can't even do magic, you're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan. I guess all I rate as is backup plan. Oh yeah, also, let me wait, no, this yeah, that text shouldn't be that. That shouldn't be how that's gonna. Oh wait, let me show you what I'm doing right now. Yeah, it shouldn't be like this. It should be like whoops. Yeah, it should be like this. I can't spell apparently. Okay, there. Yeah, and he even has a Bruce right there too. So yeah, yeah, I'm very sure that that's what's going on. There might be more to it that I don't know about yet, but I'm very sure this is what's going on. Oh wait, what? Oh, that's just a plain window capture. Okay, there we go. Let me check my chat. Oh wait, what that? Wait, what? Okay, wait, what is that person saying? I can't read it because of the background. Let me see. Ah, no, no, let me see what it said. Oh, it was cat. Oh, you know. Oh yeah, cat already said that earlier. I'm a bingus. Anyway, time to actually continue. Susie's locket added to the court record. So, Daggy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy. Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that. Ah, actually, that's pretty accurate. So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people. Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? You got me, don't ya? I'm a professional. Professional? Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Jacques Gremerier. Directly descended. He's your father. Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too. I think an 80-year-old just massaged. Oh, an 8-year-old, not 80-year-old. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. So, Trucy, you're a professional? Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs. They say that? I always thought it was funny, though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it was a bit easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid! Right, so in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy. That's right. Well, wanna see a trick? You're going to do a magic trick? Yes, but it's probably gonna be Mr. Hat. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here it goes. Ta-da! Mr. Hat. Hey, folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Ah! Whoa, that was startling. The amazing Mr. Hat, isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. He certainly makes an impression. Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy. Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Get it? Heady? My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. The amazing Mr. Hat added to the court record because your mom got him. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that. It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow. What? But are we representing anyone? Me and you. That makes two, Daddy. I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent. Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you put it that way. Do you mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket. Okay, I'll think of something. That's a spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Instead of a piano player, why couldn't he have just gone for poker player instead, since he was clearly so good at it? Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. And that's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. All I'm wondering is, yeah, all I'm wondering, whoops, I didn't mean to hit that. Oh wait, I didn't actually hit it until then. But what I'm wondering is if Walkie Kataki is connected to all of this in any way. I don't think he is though, but he might. But now that I have Mr. Hat, now I can finally frickin' oh yeah, no. I have to talk to him and press this. It's not in my There we go. The disappearing trick. Okay. Yep, I already know. What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision, it was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat, he really exists. I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zach Gremia exited the courtroom. I gave Jason Gordon in the corner, sir. Zach Gremia, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Gremia, do you know him? Oh, I love Zach Gremia. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan. I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room. But no one's been in here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. Though, Trissy was his accomplice. Oh, that wasn't my... Not to my astonished surprise when, 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him. Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought I'd all been a long dream. Dream that lasted a week? But it wasn't the magician who disappeared, it was Mr. Hat. No, it seems complex. What really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zack. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat. Ah, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it? Oh, that's what he said. So, while you're standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn to the corner, rather, in lukewarm pursuit. And at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then, all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape, that Grandma's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries, chasing queries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die, or scattered remains of a messy eating chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm, I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case. It, it's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me! Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now. That, though. Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I let the defendant escape, that's the stone cold truth. Like another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sure, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Gumshoe! Oh, Gumshoe. Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want it, it, it's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've taken from me. I, but no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in the court next time, sir. I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zach Gremia that day in court until his mysterious disappearance. No, now part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. Gotta make sure the stream is still running. Yep, it's still running. Yeah, as soon as it hits the 6 hour mark, I'm gonna see if it's actually still running. Because, like I said, Restream messed up, and it thinks I haven't been streaming nearly as long as I have been. So yeah, I'm gonna check that, and afterwards, so yeah, if I do that, and it's, so yeah, if I do that and it's still going, I'm obviously gonna keep streaming. If the stream suddenly ends, don't worry, because I won't be streaming anything else, because I'll see that because I'll look as soon as it hits 6 hours, and I'll know that it actually ended. So like I said, if it ends as soon as it hits the 6 hour mark, then that's because Restream realized what was going on. But if I continue streaming, then that means Restream was an idiot, and it let me stream longer than it should have. Yeah, but it says I've only been streaming for an hour and 5 minutes, which is clearly not what I've been doing. So yeah, I can go to the Borch Bull Club in the present now, but I think it's better if I go to the Detention Center in Drew Studios from 7 years ago first. 7 years ago. Detention Center, visitor's room number. Oh, just visitor's room. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me. Two men on either side of a side of transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits, and what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. But, since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnified Grammarier, for one. Who pulled that trigger, Valant, or his partner, Zack? Partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. No, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. Glory Spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance itself is a revelation. Revealing what? Zack Grammarier killed Magnify. It is as good as signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away? As long as an audience awake with bated breath, there will always be Valant. And also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnify's repertory is mine. Valant Grammarier has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the crowd was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. The suspicion on you hasn't lived entirely, Valant. After all, you received one of those letters, too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnify's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zack Grammarier followed them. Let us not speak any more of who saw to what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnify had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve. Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. 4 Cyclops, of course. I didn't think it'd be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. I'm gonna see how far I can get so far, though, in the Cyclops. Let me see how long I've been streaming for. Alright, 44 minutes. So around 15 minutes off to see if it's still running. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world. That's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Why, that's one of ours. Specifically designed for your show, I gather. Single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We're magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murderer, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot him. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course, what other reason could there be? Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my fascinating forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim was shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he just walks with me. Life was sacrificed so the show might go on, and this shows who it was. She didn't actually die though, but she lost all her memory from the bullet. But that's Zack Gremier's wife, and Trucy's mother. Th- Th- Thalassa, I believe was her name. Ah, Alakazua! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. I think this is what I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I have anything. Mr. Wright, I envy you. It appears okay. I wanted to see if like the if what I was trying to see like if it could just be like showing that like the danger could be death or whatever the frick it was. That's the key. I can see her. I can see how, but just the name isn't enough. I needed to recreate that day in his mind, starting with where she stood. Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Okay, so I have to show where she was. Yes, I can't do that yet. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. So I think I might actually have to go to the present to get some info because of like, yeah, I could talk to him like in the present, which would get me more info. Let me check Drew Studio though. 7 years ago, Drew Studio. Figured you'd come here sooner or later. Decided on sooner. Drew Miss M, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Ah, this is my daughter, Vera. Say hello. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Judging from this place, you're a painter. Not sadly a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by if it were only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew wary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That's why I began my other occupation. No, you're not. There's no way there's no way there's no way what I'm thinking is what's happening. There's no way. There's no way this is what I think is going on. There's no way, right? There is no way that this is possible. But it might. It might. There's no... what? There's no way. If this is really what happened, then that would be frickin' crazy. Is this really what's going on? What really happening is that they're all like everyone's related, like even Trucy to this person because there's no way that there's a chance that might be what's going on. Knowing this game, you can't leave out any possibility. Forgeries. Ah, wait a minute, wrong. There we go. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen, and who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work, outside painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid, very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Yeah, I was planning on presenting it to him anyway. Your work, don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. Responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then, let's talk. Let me see. Alright, 5 minutes 52 seconds. 5 hours 52 minutes. Well then, what did you tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from painting. That's not what I mean. In all my previous works, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only summarize was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? Well, as I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Ah, a select lock. Of course. It seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Ugh. Ugh. I think I actually have to go to the present, because I'll have to get info about Mr. Gavin, Christoph Gavin to be able to do it. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Missam? Sorry, but I really don't know. Never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no cyclocks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stand. No backing down now. So, what's Mr. hiding? Like I said, I never met the client. How could I hide someone I do not know? Oh. Oh, the forger. He's hiding the forger. Duh. Oh yeah, yeah, because he never did personally speak to it, because someone else personally spoke to them. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've been saying. What is it then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any psychologs. Psychologs? Is that some sort of asylum security or new hairstyle, perhaps? But then they didn't show up, did they? Not personally. Those words triggered the psychologs. Again with the psychologs, now I really must know what they are. So, you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence? Perhaps I hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psycholocks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is, the real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham, but Poppycock. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? The forger wasn't you. And I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger of Drew's studio is... The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for Langston. It's not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. Got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The psychologs tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho-lock myself. I, I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius you might call her. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio, and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Ah, do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to the studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered, and they did not want to talk to me. So, they talked to your daughter? I'll speak only with the artist, the client told me. Then that little girl is our key to the mystery, to our mystery client's true identity. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I could talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Mr. Misham, I have a request. Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so, actually. With only one exception, which was, oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. The first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. Is she connected to Gavin in some way? Uh-oh. This could be tough. Vera, was it? I'd like to have a friendly chat. I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say do re mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through this girl. So something to get through her. What do you think about this? I think I just made her nervous. I need something to grab her attention, but what? What do you... Alright, I'm trying to think here. Let's see, how long does OBS have been live for? Okay, so in 20 seconds, the stream is either gonna end or continue. If it ends, it ends, and I will save and just don't continue. If it doesn't end, then that means Restream was an idiot and thought I wasn't streaming nearly as long as I have been. So, yeah, in a few seconds, it's either gonna end or continue, and that ends in 3, 2, 1, now. Now I'm going to check Restream and see if it ended or not. Ah, looks like it's still going. See, Restream thinks I've only been live for an hour and 25, when really I've been live for 6 hours now, which is supposedly the limit. So, I'm gonna take advantage of this while I can, and stream longer. Now, let me think if anything I have on me will work, or if I have to get something else. I probably don't have enough right now. Yeah, guess I'll have to go to the present-day Borscht Bowl Club. Because I know that will help me out with the detention center stuff, but I don't know about Drew's studio yet. So, well, anyway, if it helps me with at least one thing, that's good. Ah, it's all icy now. Oh, okay, I don't know why, but... Oh, I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then, I guess I'll go back to my piano. Oh, this is what happened during the case. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later, then. Ugh, 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Yeah, I know who he is, obviously. Shaggy Smith. Except, it's not. It's Shaggy Grammarier. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Ah, customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I heard the Borscht Bowl Club is a place for this. Now I see the rumor's true. And this is? A friend of yours? This piece of crap, man. Ah, don't mind me, I'm just a friendly neighborhood newsman. He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. Competition will be between us, no others. The right talent age represents 2 artists. And I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sorta. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. Didn't take long for rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. I'm gonna double check I'm still live just to be safe. Yep, I'm still live. City Poker Club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then, let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shaggy Smith. Oh, and I'm Brussels Spark, Brussels News reporter. Oh, I'm... No. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am? Have we met? Ah! Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this! Mr. Enigmar! The defendant escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, falls all exits from the building! On the double, he must not be allowed to escape! You can't be. But you're... Is that Gremrier? Yes. Reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of 1 now. You. Is that Gremrier? This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there. Da. We will play soon. Ready the room. Da. I will be preparing the hideout for you. Are you really him? This Zach Gremerier? No, I am Sadie Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? Exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. It caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I hardly need to express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker. Those eyes. He's serious. I despise losing above all else, and so I decided that I will win tonight no matter what it takes. I know the guys this size type, and they're dangerous. Everything about the competition, all else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me, and you. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes, you must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2, 1. Showdown time. I, I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time, and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some were hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of? I know that you do. Trucy's power? Trucy, she's in a class of her own. For 7 years, I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals. Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quickly. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. But those of Trucy's lines possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnify Gremerier. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Gremerier blood or something? Blood. I'm sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders. So, really isn't connected to her besides by... It's not blood. She actually... So her father is actually Lamore and whatever the heck that other guy's name was. Okay, what the heck. And it's nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of Gremerier secret then. Fine. She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know? I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this. This? A transferal of rights. You see the signature? Transferal? That's Magnified Grammar's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. And the recipient's name is you, Jack Grammarier. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a close look at the diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. But wait, let me see that. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnify gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from the courtroom. The greatest of magnified grammars used in are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I choose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Russell? Sir! Here you go. What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But, I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary besides... I may not look like it, but I'm a certified notary. You are... By day, I wear notary glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I've come here tonight. I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said? Precisely. There is a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing patrons are considered to be legally deceased. So, if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I am here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document, before my 7 years are up. You might say, I am securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnify Grammarier. However, this was done in secret, without witnesses. Before Magnify died, 2 potential successors to his repertory were named. Myself, Zach Grammarier, and Valiant Grammarier. Not Trucy. I see, so you do need this document. I have known Brussels since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now, only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background, and found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. This person in this photo is Trucy's mother? How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots? I know. Well, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother magnified Grammarier only daughter, end quote. What? Magnify's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack? Russell, you say too much. That's not his daughter, but it's Magnify's. Oh. It's Magnify's, so wait. Oh. That thing I had about, like, okay, that was all wrong. I had the basis, I had, like, important things covered, but not the small things. Yeah, well, what? Why am I the bad guy? Why? Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Alas, the grammar, the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather me some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition. Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? Yeah, it would be best if I did not. 7 years ago, we played. 7 years ago, I lost. I already lost to Magnify. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. I think a mere lawyer might be out there, pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed a document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up? That was that, and this is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You were warned. This guy's beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Russell, you may leave. But it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. I punch and I punch, but still, it is not enough. I just remembered a future or prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Then, let us begin. Dealer. Da. You have witnessed our competition. Da. It is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion, listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. Ramier's power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more, and I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I'd need to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. The name Zack Gramier knew, but how and why? Let me make sure the stream's still running. Okay, yep, it's still running. 13. Well, well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you here down to my cramped confines? Gavin, is this your idea of revenge of Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? Yeah, see, like, he even straight up said that, like, you're probably the reason why I lost my... he straight up said that Christoph Gavin was the reason why he lost his badge. So, yeah, as his revenge, it actually makes sense. The reason he forged the evidence was so he could get back at him. Like, it was proven that it was him, but there was no proof until, he made that forged... Like, it was... Like, he admitted his guilt, yeah, but it wasn't until the forged evidence came up, though. And he did that because he got Phoenix Wright the forged evidence. So he did that as a little, hey, remember what you did to me 7 years ago thing. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tita tita a tita, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours, and I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shaggy Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zack Gremerier. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zack? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix, right? What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. I figured it out already, but... Anyway, you recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes, the trial where Zack Remier pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. The genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years we've been friends, and yet I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship toward me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, are you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game. Jack Gremier mentioned your name, Gavin. Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him hard. Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that? I have to know. Why did you kill Sadie Smith? No, Zach Gremerier. Well, I already know why. Whoa. I've never seen slug locks like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know? He's doing his nails. No. Stop it. You're not freaking telling me that that Vera's father wasn't actually her father, and that it was actually I don't know. I don't know. I think I might have enough for the Maganata because I don't think there's anything else I can do right now. Uh, well, no, there's no way I can, so... Uh, I'm gonna go check out the stamp. Yeah. Yeah, I know for sure that the stamps are now. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. Yeah, check out the stamp. Like, I don't know. Just, that's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? Stamp? Ah, please don't touch that. I'll get in... Oh, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see? She always puts it somewhere so you can see it. Grammar 8. Okay. Okay, yep, I'm even more sure that that person's, frickin', Trishie's daughter now. Yeah, the person that's actually Lamore. That, your mom. That post office issued that commemorative stamp last year. And the Grammariers were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has been vanished off the face of the earth. Farah went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She'd been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV, until the end. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. Well, little did he know that stamp would literally be the death of him. And then, there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp. How can I keep her talking? Isn't Troop Grammarier amazing? Yes? Oh, I especially like the two, Zack and Valent. I mean, they're, just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah. Whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too, me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic, yeah. Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Germany Museum of Magic. Germany Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once, when I was little, with father. Gremier's on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all. Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zack and Valent, maybe? Oh, sure. Alright, better get asking before she changes her mind. So, your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So, you did this too? Oh yes, that was my first job. Your first? All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slipped and the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib, I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer. She seems happy. Odd, her work was the last nail in Gremrier coffin. I guess no one told her. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you look to the outside? There's bad people out there. Well, true, but there's lots of good people, too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She actually went to the Gremrier Museum. With you, in fact. Ah, yes, actually, she was even quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm? For when I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. From that client, actually, she won't tell me what it was. It. That was the stamp, wasn't it? Father, I told you to keep that a secret. From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. And that is why she was able to talk to Gavin so much, because she already knew him from before. Because, yeah. You're the best in the world. Huh? Oh, you mean Troop Gremrier? Of course. Father gave it to me. Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. Oh. Oh, I guess I just took it. Yeah. Took it. Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean the letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Gremriers forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. Eh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Right, time to do some psych unlocking. Yeah, I'm making sure it's still having me stream right now, because like I said, it could just like stop at any time, because I'm not sure if the restream actually is it's just gonna eventually catch on and then just randomly just yeet and stop it. But I think I should have enough, because there isn't really anything else I can do right now. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp? No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem. The problem that keeps her inside all the time. Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. A good luck charm that your client gave you? Oh no, it couldn't be the good luck charm. No, stamp couldn't be it. I'm an idiot though. I know your client might. Oh, it might be it actually though. Is this your good luck charm? It has to be the stamp, right? If this doesn't bring good luck, I don't know what would. I see. Good luck charms are different for different people, I guess. Hmm? What do you mean? Oh, so that means this one isn't right. I'm a bingus. You say it's lucky, then it must work for you. That's the beautiful thing about good luck charms. See that innocent smile? Everyone has a different way of breaking the news. I may or may not have just realized something. She had to bring it with her to the detention center, right? I just remembered something. Does anyone here, does anyone here remember what she did in the detention center? Like, remember what she did in her detention center? And also something that she did, something that she had similar with, Gavin. They both did their nails with that same thing. And she had to take her good luck charm with her to the detention center. And they both had, they both had the same one. So this has to be what she got from Gavin. Maybe I'll just settle on over here for a closer look. This has to be it. That's a pretty bottle. Don't touch that, please. No, I'll get in trouble. Belongs to Vera, you see? She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. Is it not something that could get added to the court record to present? Okay. Don't touch that. It's quite important. The painter's face just changed hues. Guess I had better behave, though it's tempting to just grab it. So what, do I have to talk to her about it? Huh. Well, if it's the same thing as Kristoff's, maybe I have to, yeah, since I didn't get it here, maybe I have to examine Kristoff's, because it would make sense since they both have the same thing. Yeah, see, they both have the same thing. Wait a minute! That's the yellow letter that was... That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. I get mail here in jail? That I do, though they read it first, apparently. Still, I'm allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the likes are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. A yellow envelope, yeah, it's definitely Gavin. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First-rate in all things, except nothing less. That certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please, have one. It's on me. Do I have it on me? Yes, I do. Yeah, I didn't think about that because it didn't really make much sense, like, to have it in the court record if I wouldn't, like, if this is in the past and that was, like, in the present. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense in a way, since, like, it's probably Apollo looking back at, like, yeah, it's probably Phoenix Wright telling stuff to Apollo. So that, yeah, it makes sense. Kinda. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Ah, same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once. Cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power. Of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? Where is his profile? Why don't I have his profile? Oh, it's right there. I'm blind. This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I I promised. I promised not to tell. There we go. Make sure I'm still streaming because, like I said, it could just catch on at any time and just frickin' be like, lol, no, and then stop my stream. Okay, looks like it's still going. I'm sorry, I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in his charm, then. I think they might be the devil. Huh? Or maybe an angel. What do you mean? I saw it, or I thought I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile. So, where did you see this devil then? It was so quick, I don't remember well. But that's when I knew. That person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. I'm not sure what this devil she saw was. But it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charm. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I think that might actually be, um, a Clavier Gavin, like he just thought it, I don't know, but, like, he probably didn't have that part planned, or I don't know, your mom got him. I'm sorry for what happened. If you wanted to apologize, try my client, Zach Gremrier. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Your eyes, they're sad, very sad. I'll put on my smile next time I come, promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera. Oh, okay. Take care. Looking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by that time I realized it. It was already too late. Now that I have that now, can I go to the detention center? No, it probably not, that wouldn't help me. Maybe? Yeah, like, she was... Mm, I mean, I mean, the only thing I have to go off is... The only thing I'm able to do is, the only thing I'm able to do is this Cyclock. I don't have... I can do Gavin's Cyclock, but I don't have there's no way I have enough info for that. Yeah, just knowing this game, like, yeah, definitely I'll have to, yeah, I'll definitely have to do this one first. I don't know what I'll get from it that will help me, but I'll definitely need this. I definitely need to do this one first. I can just tell. It's how these games work. Especially considering they're special Cyclocks. Okay, now, and this shows just how much danger she's in. I mean, let me see. The only things I have that would make... I mean, I guess this is the only thing that's even remotely related to her, so I guess it's this. Soup Gremlins performers were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest grades, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on this stamp. There's the lasso, yes? Ugh. Susie's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I... I don't know. Part of his memory is still locked up. There is one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a word unto itself. If our leader, Magnify, was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But, Mr. Wright? Then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Fallon's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnify covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Found the right address, Mr. Wright? We're so close. There has to be something. About how Phyllis's death could affect Zack and Valiant's relationship with Magnify. I see in your eyes. You still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Celeste's accident tied to your hands so completely. With Cruci. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands, and this information proves why Magpie had so much power over you. Were you, by any chance, trying to threaten me? No, of course no. Oh. Then what the heck is it? Oh, wait a minute. So, the thing is, I know it's a person because with this game, the only time, if it asks, every time if it asks you if it's evidence or a person, it's always a person. Yeah, it has to be a person. So let me think. What people are they connected to besides, yeah, between Zack Gremerier, a, and, you are connected to this are connected to Thalisa, besides, wait, maybe it's just Thalisa herself. It wasn't a question of who thought Thalisa. Thalisa herself was the problem. What? What do you mean? She was Zack Gremerier's wife, Trucy's mother. Magnified Gremerier's only daughter. Ugh. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnify's power over you, I don't know what was. Eh, It was an accident! Well, she's not actually dead. She's Lamore. There is no proof. None at all. Methalissa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. You mean Troop Gremerier? The master, Magnified Gremerier, his only daughter, and his two disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. But that is all it was, an accident. Zack and Valiant's tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly, straight toward that beautiful body on stage, and then crash zing pound to everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing, same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thalos' life, we shall never know the answer. Deluxa disappeared from our lives, and Zack bereft, was bereft of his wife. Susie lost her mother, and Magnify his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. Wait, I'm confused. Who was the one married to them? I confused. Who the heck was it married to them? Was it Gremerier? I, yeah, it's just very confusing. It's all part of the parasol of darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Darkness. All the more remembers is darkness. Why did Magnify try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is it was a critical time for Trupe Gremerier. The passing of the torch from Magnify to Zack and Valant. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Delicia's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnify's wishes. Magnify forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing. But then to hang that death as a guillotine above her head? Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Gremerier, that's for sure. Miss Crucino, she was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. Sorry to deruge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnified Slayer, I should think. True. Yeah. After that accident, there was one who came sniffling quite persistently. A reporter? He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking around the dressing room doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name I do not recall, but his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too... Yep, it's definitely the, person. I see. Thanks for your help. That's no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Grammarier, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Cersei from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned. The newsman, I never learned who that was at the time. Though, I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and the sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss and thread connecting Zack Grammarier to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. I wonder why it doesn't have anything to do... I don't know why it hasn't mentioned Lamore at all yet. So yeah, is it just actually not going to mention Lamore at all? Or is it going to be during the trial? Oh no, there's still actually another thing after this. Okay. Oh. So yes, I will be able to talk to Lamore, I think. Well, this is a blast in the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valent. 7 years, has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Naturally, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I have nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear it from you. I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years. Because you couldn't perform Magpie's repertoire? Do not be deceived. Balance skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. Zack Grammarier. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zack Grammarier murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as if it were only yesterday, yet that was not the way of it, in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicion upon my own person never did. His partner Zack vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show into the history as if it were a valuable distraction. And here must I stand, smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnify's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get an answer from you. That's Cyclops. Yeah, just because there's Cyclops, it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear that he is the one that did it, just because there's Cyclops. The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be contestants sitting there at the spotlight. That sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Well, I mean, I'll just see what I have. Oh wait, someone's here and I didn't even notice until now. Okay, wait, I can't really read it. Let me see who it is. Yeah, I really need to fix it because the overlay slightly hides whoever said the thing. Oh, not Jay. Well, it doesn't really matter because I don't think you're here anymore, but either way, hi, even if you're still here. Oh wait, no, I think you are. Either way, hi. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I'm as much as a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years, I have endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valent, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valent, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Well, as long as I have this. Yeah, because, I mean, he literally can't perform with it. He doesn't have legal rights. Trucy does. Man, what might that be? Might see it bears the Grimrier seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner, but I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? Document showing the true recipient of a performance rights to magnify his miracles. What? Zach Grimrier? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter? Trucy Nigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous! Zach is gone, vanished into the void. This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Ugh. What? Why? Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he sought Magnify. Yes, it was Zach. It was. And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Grenier sought Magnify, was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valent. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnify Grammarier? What? What the hell am I supposed to present? What? Oh, wait a minute. I know what's going on. Didn't Zach have his own Cyclops? Yeah, there's no check mark. I didn't clear this. I completely forgot about that. Whoops, I don't present the Magnata. I forgot because once again I'm just used to the other games. Hopefully I have enough now. Well, I don't know, but I never even tried doing it until now. That was dumb of me. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. You gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why's that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother. Thalassa Gremrier? I will not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame, one that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valent Gremrier's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valent would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you! Her eyes. I love Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She's dead, and Magnified Gremrier has joined her. So the only one with her power left now. Trucy? Mr. Zack? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else, someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalas's power. Haha, how would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. This boy? His name, I forget. Something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy, I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Wait. No, I don't see her wearing a ring. What the heck? Yeah, I don't have anything. I know it has to be in the present because everything in the past is cleared. Yeah, see, let me check. Everything in the past is cleared, right? Yeah, so it has to be something in the present. So I know it's not here. I need to get something here to finish something here. And then once I have everything done, I can do something here. So that means the only place it can be has to be here. Maybe I should try presenting. Oh, wait, did I not check here? Oh, I guess I didn't. Eh? Well, what do we have here? Oh, wait, yeah, because I didn't. I just unlocked it, my dingus. Remember me? Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-Eternian bar. End quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. and Miss M was poisoned, and his daughters. Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he'd tracked down case just a little quicker. End quote. Were you on trial of this case the whole time? Zach Grimier was a good friend. Zach said something to that effect back at the Borch Bowl Club. What a character, what a man. If a little, no, a lot, no, extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Oh, you seriously? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not other way around. End quote. Fine. Shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. It's tragic what happened to Drew Messam and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime and they paid the price. You know what really did them in though? Don't you? Yes, the forged diary page. That night I interviewed him. Found out something about Mr. Messam I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. The walls have ears, potatoes have eyes. End quote. Being watched. You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on the case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck, freaks out, end quote. Because you felt guilty? Why would I feel guilty? You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Drew Missam felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it was nothing so mundane. I was not paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure he's being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Grimmer got rubbed out 7 years? 7 years. Right after coming into contact with me? Completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then, for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then, he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? And you were being watched this whole time? Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too. Me? I met Zach for that case, actually. Well, yeah, I know Phoenix Wright was being watched for sure by the person here because you know he said he would watch it, right, and then yeah. You mean the shooting of Magnified Grimoire? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean the accident during the quick draw shooting practice? My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, woman, all little puppy, all for me. I was younger then and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Helen Grimier did mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnified Grimier at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalissa, was it? Really? And Thalissa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. Magnify wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of scoop, goes on feeding frenzy. End quote. I said on a one-on-one interview with Phyllis's husband, see? Zach Gremerier. Something strange was in the air over at Trip Gremerier in those days. The whole screwy mentor controlling disciples scene started by them, I'm guessing. Phyllis, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me, off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice or 5 times, but over the time he came to see me as his confidant. Not confident, I'm a dingus. He's been waiting this whole time, 7 years, eh? Waiting? For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnify Miracle. Of course it was all a dream. Because of this. The performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. What's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zack and Valent? So Valent waited until Zack died, legally at least. The time finally comes, and Valent's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know? If that document sees the legal light of day, it's starting to put a bit of a damper on this big show. I'm betting Trucy will, since Trucy has the rights to it. I bet Trucy's just gonna. I bet Trucy's just gonna let him, because like people with the rights to something, they can let other people do it because they're the ones. Yeah. He's a sorry one, that Valent Gremerier. Lost out to his partner at work and love too. Love? It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. What is 3 signs in all of them pointing? A love triangle. That is pretty classic. When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. Oh, whoops, I didn't. I can't click, but it's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. In the middle of all this, Phyllis adds Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about the Phyllis. Well, obviously it's Lamore. It's obviously Lamore, you bingus. How haven't you figured that out yet? Mr. Russell, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course. I was friends with Zach after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I never forget his wife, Delissa Gremerier. Magnify Gremerier's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? She's obviously still alive and she's Lamore. Oh, I'm doing well enough. Welcome in, Stone family. I'm not sure if you already, I'm not sure if you already left, but I don't care if you did. Either way, even if it was just for a second, thanks for coming in. So, Phyllis married Zack and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually. I was right. It was connected to this, too. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. He died in an accident on stage. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year. Okay, so never mind then. I didn't know. Nah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know? Okay, yep, that's what I have to show. Look, it has Apollo's rings on it. I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. You got the better deal, really. She got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know? Phyllis has another child besides Trucy, end quote. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Ah, yes, this one she had with her previous husband. Her previous husband. Her first husband who died on stage? Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. So, no, she's not Lamore. Her child is Lamore. Delissa had another child? Do you think I could borrow that photo? Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. People who in events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about bigger or to listen to what you were saying. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what to find those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the only one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently that's not my role anymore. Magnify? I was just wondering what Magnify would think of all this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It's the same with Magnify. Magnifi with his daughter, Thalissa. It's a strange thing. You think it's some Gremrier gene? Magnify told me once, back when Zack married Thalissa. He said Zack had good eyes. But not good like Gremrier eyes. Not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Gremrier secret was? Maybe nobody, now that Zack's gone. Zack Gremrier. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. Sprouted from a warp in the Gremrier fabric, and grew swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Gremrier's power. Wait, no. The other son is either Lamore. No, what I'm thinking is it's no. What I'm thinking is he is Lamore, but the other child was Apollo. Because why else would he have the ring? So Lamore and Apollo and Trucy have been related the whole time, and I'd once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. Oh, no, I have to present. Yeah, I don't have to present for the Magadona. The Magadona. Alright, yeah, stream's still going. Good. And yeah, oh wait, I just realized something. Every time it showed her, her hand was cut. Wait a minute. I need to take a look at this. Okay, she's not in her outfit. Okay. Yeah, but seriously, just look. She's most likely Lamore. Because the time it showed her in her outfit, it covered where a brooch would be. And it's a brooch similar to Crucy's, and everyone, like, at Gremrier has a brooch similar to it. So, yeah, what's happening is so what happened, she didn't actually die. She forgot her memory, and then she was Lamore, and apparently her child was Apollo. At least that's what I think. At least that's what I think right now. Yeah, apparently I was way off with the chart earlier. I was way off with everything. Either that or the either that or the other child is Vera, but I don't really. It could be, but anyway, your mom got him. Yeah, I like how Phoenix Wright just forgets Apollo's name. Oh wait, no, because this was before he was actually interacting with him, so that's why. Okay, yeah. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalissa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband. He died a year after they wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined the Gremriers as a guest in our show. So Thalissa saw him. She left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They're a Gremrier family heirloom. This boy. Wears a bracelet just like the ones in this picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalissa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. Bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy. Her son. So, okay, so the reason okay, so the reason he picked Apollo, it wasn't only just because that way Gavin would be there, making it so he couldn't escape, but also because Apollo was, like, related to, this person in a way. Like, not much, but kinda in a way-ish. Strange power. I myself do not know where it's from. Yeah, the fact is that it's passed down the Gremrier line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Thalissa, once. This is what she told me. Her powers respond to tension in others. Tension. If she were to face a person and they became tense, even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So, she could see it? Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. I admit, the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? I have made a decision. Well, you say that, yet you literally have like a weird shaped thing that can literally see people's lives. So what makes you so why do you think that's weird? I've made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister. Yes. And the brother, too, has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Mr. Wright? Tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of special alloy. It's said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something? Yes, this is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. Man, this is something to do with the power? What have I told you? The Gremrier power reacts to tension in others. When a Gremrier senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of the muscle. So minute they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles? Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. The bracelet on, the one can sense the contractions, because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're wearing gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on the wrist. Precisely. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? I guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus. Well, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So basically, what you're saying is, the Gremrier can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing, it is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me, too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. But wait, Chrissy doesn't have any bracelets? You're talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of the thing Gremrier. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. And I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor, Magnified Gremrier, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnify's test. Test? In his last year, Magnified Gremrier worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this. I give my heart to you, Zack. What? It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. Bah, I thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? Then, of course, I would have given Valent his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Valent were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Ah, yet descending too gives no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I'm sorry I have done much that was wrong in my day. It seems to me that Magnify wanted you to be a successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valens. Perhaps, but it is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valen up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah, and now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know? What? You don't mean to tell me they've put the blame for our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valen had helped you pull it off. Well, that's madness! Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life could prove so complicated? Even though I'm dead? That night, Zack Grenier was killed. He died as Shaggy Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. He's confessing, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he'd killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valen Grenier. Okay, so now I can go to Sunshine Coliseum. And then afterwards, there's only one place left to go. Let's see, how long have I been streaming for now? 7 hours, alright. Like I said, I'm going till the end of this game. And even if I hit the 12-hour mark, I'll just start another stream. Ask what you will. Oh yeah, you get nothing. Wait a minute. What? What if it was neither? The reason they kept saying it is because neither of them thought him. It was what if it was frickin' Kristoff? Oh my god. I swear, if it was neither of them and it was Kristoff, I'm gonna have a frickin' stroke. I believe I have the answers to your prayers right here. That Grandma wrote one more thing before passing on. This. But this is a confession, in which he admits to the killing of Magnific Grammarier. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet, it seems that the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zack wrote this right in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. Alakazam! You do not know that. You know that his confession is nothing but lies. Yes, it is my opinion that Zack Grenier killed no one. Okay, so no, it was him. Okay, good. But I was gonna have a stroke if it wasn't either of them. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Two received instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty? That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnify Grenier in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor's magnify repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. I knew it. So Valen Grenier did kill the great Magnify. Magnifi. So sorry, Mr. Wright. But it was not I who shot my mentor. What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple such as, I don't know, Nakan Talent Grenier, maybe? Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valent received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you've figured it out by now. So it wasn't Zack or Valent who thought suicide. Wait, you don't mean... Yes, the great Magnify Gremrier himself. I mean, hey, I wasn't right about the first person dying being a suicide, but I mean, at least I was right about this case having a suicide, because it's still the same chapter. So I was right in a way, but not really. Just so Magnify Gremrier committed suicide. You find it hard to believe. To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him, but when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So you spoke with Magnified Gremrier. Oh, so you spoke with Magnified Gremrier. Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnified transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zack Gremrier, not me. I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. But what? Your crime? Is Valent Gremrier confessing something to me? He added more to the IV grep to actually... He did actually add more to the IV grep to try and frame the other person. What's more serious is trying to get someone... is trying to frame an innocent person with murder. You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnific's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon. Let me confess, I'd intended to shoot Magnifi, and I planned on framing my partner for the crime. What? That night, I prepared something before going to Magnify's hospital room, which was IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then, I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But, you didn't shoot him? I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. But the Magnific called me back. I'm sorry, Valent. I'm giving my magic to Zack, not you. He still lacks the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnific Gremrier, killing himself. Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. I ordered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints. Then I used the syringe to add IV liquid I'd brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as I planned. Magnific died, and he framed Zack for his murder. As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I'd anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but... Yes? I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valent. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. You're going to turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zack Gremrier was alive. Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me. What if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that no, we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Exactly, because he's still alive as Lamore. Her? The mind races around, the mouth flaps on. My apologies, forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I meet my partner, Zack Gremrier. Then, I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Jack Gremrier, Shaggy Smith, whichever name you prefer, he's no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remains has taken another life. I knew what I had to do to push back the darkness for good, and it would involve paying that man a visit. There's only one person left to talk to, and I have no idea what the heck I'm gonna have to be do. What the heck I'm gonna have to be do? I meant for the Cyclops, obviously. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when it'll be finished? Well, could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. That specific yellow letter. There it is, the yellow envelope. And the sender is Drew Misham. I was right. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. If this is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote, then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this acroquinine spray finds anything. Right on the stamp. Oh, yeah, I have to click it. So, this was Drew Misham's messenger of death. It was a stamp, alright, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. Gotcha. The spell, I know what it is. The spell is her not going outside because she thought it. Yeah, because of the good luck. Okay, so yeah, that's what the spell it's talking about is. Finally, the slice of evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin, I didn't know you moonlighted in Lawrencey, right? Gavin, there is something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin. There are no known survivors of acroquinine poisoning. But it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right? Wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. No, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Expand, Gavin. We've now seen all the clues in this case. What about Gavin's Cyclops, though? Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now, it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. So instead of a 3-day thing, it's obvious that that's what's going to go on. And yeah, they wouldn't add a third day after what the hell just went on, right? Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant, Vera Misham, innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Something something inside me. Rising, surfacing. Something important. Lost long ago. It's close now. So close. October 9th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Missam. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready to rock. Prosecutor Gavin, how was the defendant, Vera Missam's condition? Acute quinine poisoning, according to her physician. She could die at any time. Thus, her absence from the courtroom today. What? They can't put her on trial without her being here. It is unusual. They should wait for her to get better and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them. That's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer, or they risk having no one left to try. Trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right, if Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the current. I've been going behind all the current all these years. I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin. The prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Missam succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done. But Vera was poisoned with atroquinine, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have access to the poison. Significant, since it's rather hard to come by. That is true. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict. What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Missam is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. She was in court, giving her testimony before us. How do you propose her killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it'd be nice if you told us who her mysterious killer was. Well, it's pretty obvious already that it's Christoph Gavin, somehow. Ask the defense to prove its claim to the court. Tell us how Vera Missam was poisoned. I've got 2 things to prove here. Who did it and how. What's to hit first? Just who poisoned Vera Missam? I have a name for you. Just a moment. Her forehead. You're aware that this is an accusation you're making? I think a bit of risk is in order. This much, to be precise. I understand. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time. Then let's hear it. Who poisoned Vera Missam? What's this? Christoph Gavin? What's your game? My bro. There's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else. Indeed. He is behind bars. I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did. What? Christoph Gavin had the opportunity to poison Vera Missam. Apparently, the defense had something in mind. Let's see what it is. How did Christoph Gavin, currently in solitary confinement, poison her? There's one of 2 things. It's either the nail polish or the... What's this? What a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand. Is that nail polish? It's colorless. Ah, something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all. So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it? The prosecutor Gavin has told us this is nail polish. Nail polish. It's like paint for nails. Know any woman with red nails? My wife has red nails. I see. So she's been painting them all the time. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court? Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails. Her nails! Ma! Prosecutor Gavin? When the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails? Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once. Christoph Gavin didn't have to poison that bottle the day of the poisoning, Your Honor. The moment Vera first held that bottle in her hand, her fate was sealed. But wait! This business about Christoph Gavin giving her that bottle is only a conjecture. It's simply inconceivable. Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother didn't find it inconceivable at all. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there is a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness. Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness lurks at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay, the defense wish is granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand. Bailiff, begin proceeding to call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in the solitary cell, cell 13 at Central Prison. Your Honor, how nice to see you again. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Mr. Justice, I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Ugh, why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss? Stiff upper lip, Apollo, you can do it. Does this bottle look familiar? Aridoni nail polish? Why, yes, I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. And, was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste, indeed. This nail polish was how Vera Misham was poisoned. Ecriquinine. Was it? You're well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Clavier, maybe you can explain this. You're being accused again. By him. Again. And? You agree with this accusation, do you? Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please. I'd be delighted. The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of the poisoning of the defendant, Vera Misham. Please testify on the matter to the court. And he also obviously is the one that tried to, your mom. Yeah. I'm the same nail polish. It's not a murder. It's not a murderer make. I have been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poison, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case is sold. She claimed she poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father, too? Well, it was pretty obvious. I gotta play the frickin', use the yellow card on that last statement, right? Anyway, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely. Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Miss Hams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? Very well, Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination. I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss, but I know he poisoned Miss Hams. The question is when could he have done it? Not to mention why. Oh, looks like I'll be using the bracelet, but it has to be on the last statement because obviously he did poison the father also. I still don't see anything. No, well, I just saw something. Mr. Gavin, you're nervous about something. There is that finger pointing at me so rudely. And that desperate gleam in your eyes. It's quite disturbing, actually. Perhaps because you have no faith in your own logic, which is why you cling to your dubious power. Confident or not, I've come a long way, Mr. Gavin. Just a little more to go. I need a word. There must be some word that sends shivers down his spine. What? I saw it. I guess I was. I guess I didn't have it on the middle. Yeah, I had it like on the upper part, so I have to do it here, I guess. Wait, what the hell? D what the hell is that? It was you who killed Drew Misham. How bluff-worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too, your hand tensed up unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news. And, let's assume, for the sake of argument, that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Misham found in nail polish, too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get someone's mouth. Ah, then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Misham was killed on October 6th, while I was already in my solitary confinement cell at Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But you found a way, all the same. And I found it too. This is how you poison Mr. Misham. I'm sure this commemorative of stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Misham died, he was seen writing a letter. Echo 9 was found on the stamp, Mr. Gavin. So am I to understand this stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yeah. The stamp was found in your prison cell. That is all, Your Honor. Order! 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 Put poison on the back of that stamp. After Drew Misham was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Misham write you a letter. That's how you killed him. What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need to do is recall witness Spark Brussel's testimony. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put it in his letter, that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp wasn't a frame. It was a mere coincidence that he used it that night. That would seem to be the case. Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence? He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder. What? Really, Clavier. You could have seen. You could be seeing through these weak-spinned bluffs by now. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Misham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christoph Gavin locked away in his cell. Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things to say. You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense's bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christoph. Clavier? Honestly, I wanted to believe you. But the defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff. You were, Christoph. What are you saying, Prosecutor Gavin? Her forehead? What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, that was that. This poison stamp killed Drew Misham, ja? To which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Misham would use this stamp. Yes, that's right, which is why it couldn't have been planned. Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defendant's case is simply that Drew Misham died by that stamp, that's all. Coincidence. Christoph, you tried to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What are you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same question, Christoph. I silenced the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency. But, Mr. Gavin, that's impressive testimony. Very well. I shall take his claim head on then. Justice? What? You accuse me of Drew Misham's murder, yes? Then, allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter? Apollo, motive. He's talking about a motive. Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could have want to kill a painter. Here's why he didn't want to bring up the motive from the very beginning. Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose. So, what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive. A motive for murder? This is a vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement. I'd say it's about this vital. That's pretty vital, even though it's only a double penalty. Well, Mr. Justice, I'm going through with this, no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence. Then, let's see what you have for us. What reason did Christoph Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Misham? Christoph Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Misham's studio in the first place. And why was that? Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Misham accepts his first job creating forged evidence. I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnified Grammarier's diary? One attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes. This was the evidence he presented to his loss. This evidence is a fake, yes? But did Mr. Wright request his forgery be made? That was never proven. The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright. Who, other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it? And why would they? Just out of curiosity. Do you remember this letter? This is the first page. And this is the second. Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Misham by the client who requested that forgery. The enclosed stamp was none other than the poisoned commemorative stamp. Drew Misham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old? The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connecting to the forgery to keep them from talking. But he made a mistake. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Her forehead? Do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. It was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed the trio Drew Misham was none other than Phoenix Wright. Sorry, but that's not how this is going to go down. Oh? Then how will it go down? I checked through the records on that case when I found this. 7 years ago, just before the trial begun. Oh, old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. And one more thing. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorneys only yesterday. I understand I'm asking you the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All he did was play cards, and that was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before? Now here's a question. Just who was Shaggy Enigmar's previous defense attorney? No. This can't all be... But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin. Order, order, order! Well, what is the meaning of this? Witness, I mean, defendant, or former lawyer? Let me begin by denying this. It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin, and impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim? That would be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield. Her forehead? Are you sure you don't have evidence? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy. Evidence. Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier? Just prove it. Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case. He must have thought of some evidence. Apollo! Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. That darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him, and proof is the only way I can. What proof Christoph Gavin's links to groom Miss Ham? Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Miss Ham 7 years ago. Prove it. It can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not... Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then I say we give him the benefit of the doubt. Very well, but if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty. Your Honor, you do the defense in an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Could the penalty not match his passion? I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice? Fine, Your Honor. All I have to do is prove any kind of link. Something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew Miss Ham. And I have something that clearly does the job. Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Miss Ham. This evidence proves there's a link. That scrap of paper? I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there a problem? There is. How could you even possibly have that? You couldn't. Hey, that's Daggy's handwriting. Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this? I see now. Yes, of course. What do you mean, of course? I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright. When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail. Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell? No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habit. Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible. This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter. Reproduction? When Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. What? He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail. Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? As embarrassing as it is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please. The defense's claim is denied. What? Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record. Better luck next time, Justice. Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination, but the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point. Apollo, do something! I'm thinking, but without evidence, I don't have anything I can use on him. Very well, this ends the special witness's cross-examination. The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why. Prosecutor Gavin, frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years, and I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph? Clavier, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Spinning out of whose control? Mine? Or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Clavier. Apollo, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember. What's really important to you? You amuse me, Hereford. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you? Right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. State your name and occupation for the record. I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it? Unnatural? Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence, and the next moment you call in Drew Misham. It was almost as if... what? Funny, it didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence. Ah, correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page. Don't do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me. Christoph. What? It was the night before the trial. Clavier. Christoph? Odd seeing you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. I won't be appearing in the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. But in exchange, I brought information. Information? The attorney who will be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then... I wondered about it at the time. How did Christoph know so much? Prosecutor Gavin? Christoph, we were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserved that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case. The victim's belongings? Which would have included Magnifi's diary, wouldn't it? Mr. Gavin? My, Clavier, you disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug, not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in little reminiscing. Apollo, I think we're finally going to shine a light on the back belly of the thing, Cruci. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Gremerier. 2 cards. 1 card. Showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion. Taggy used to say something, If you want to know a man, you have to compete. Jack wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Christoph Gavin. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright? A second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs? He dismissed me, and went with that pitiful excuse for a man? He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it! So, the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, these two men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Grenier both deserved what they got. So, you asked Mr. Misham to forge that evidence, so you could win? But then, when you were dismissed as Zach Grenier's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then, you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I'd imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Huh. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep. Prosecutor Gavin? Perfectly. You're mad, Christoph. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end? Cancelled? When the defendant vanished? Ah, I get it. So, Christoph, you've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years. You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said, every day for 7 years. But I felt it too. Colonel is sure he is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Grenier got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? But wait just a minute. Zach Grenier was seen by this reporter? How is that possible? Was he alive after being gone 7 years? Finally, I knew this moment was coming. I just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Zach Grenier, gone missing for 7 years. Trucy's father. What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him. Right, leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler. I remember him quite well. Shaggy Smith, was it? Poisoned in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic. The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zach Grenier. Wait, what do you mean poison in a poison? Oh, that was just the judge being an idiot. What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going. We'll talk about it later. Did she already know? Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this? It all started 7 years ago. The greatest magician, Magnifique Grenier's death started it. Magnifique Grenier's death, and his student, Zach Grenier, the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully will be famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence. Drew Misham? Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin? Precautions? To keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leave them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. Acroquinine? Applied to a commemorative stamp. But luck was on Mr. Misham's side. The bomb didn't go off. His daughter! She saved him by taking the stamp, I see. But that wasn't the only bomb he had set up. The Aradinoni nail polish, of course. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Misham is nervous, she had a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails. Ah, that nail polish was her good luck charm. She was almost kidnapped once. Since then, she's been, well, you can see her for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. That person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. She won't tell me what it was. It was from that client, the one who wanted that note made. It was his insurance. Insurance? As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous. And the nail polish would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years, and then they went off almost simultaneously. If you are finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? No, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Clavier, surely you understand. We're back to the evidence, the lacking evidence. Nothing proves the link between him and the anthraquinine that took Drew Misham's life. What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Gremerier to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Sadie Smith, about whom we know little else. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive. Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Misham, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial has been finished for 6 months now. I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Misham who is on trial here. No, but you were doing so good. Apollo, as long as there is no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Misham innocent. Except, remember, remember the whatever the heck it was called, a system that can put in place. Evidence isn't needed. It's just their feeling. Remember, Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence. You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Misham to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. What? Evidence is everything. There's nothing more. I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion. Your Honor, Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well. However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Kristoff, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. Exactly. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case for the new judicial system. That's right. I'd totally forgotten. The jurist system. Jurist, you say? The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off for society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law. Common citizens? Wisdom? Is this some kind of joke? What could we possibly gain by doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irritating mouth breathers. Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law. Nonsense. There's only room for two in this court. Me and the law. Keep the riffraff out, I say. They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright? So, everything was leading to this, of course. Right. 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 Oh god, I would have gone. What? Jesus, your mom. I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law. This law is everything. Law is absolute. You let ignorant swine soil your courts? Kristoff, It's over. Clavier! The law is absolute? You can't be serious. What? Odd. I thought you'd spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions. The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge, like a gem polished to gleam through trials and errors. It is this fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time, and it is always changing, growing, nurturing it as our task as human beings. Except for you, Kristoff. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. Someday I'll know what law is, and I'll fight to change it if I have to. I see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as the trial of Vera Misham, accused of murdering her father. The painter Drew Misham, however. Several other incidents were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurists of the court, for the death of Drew Misham, how do you find the defendant, Vera Misham? Innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter. October 9th, 12:48 p.m. Juris Chamber. This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be determined. Defendant Vera Misham is currently in intensive care. The decision cannot be reached today. It may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she's guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Misham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she's innocent. Panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all. Please, wait. Yes, jurist number 6? There's something in the jurist's handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists. That is correct. I've looked into all your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case. With the development of the case? I see. Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in this case against Vera Misham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely, judge well. Wait, what? Lamore. It's Lamore. You can see in the reflection it's frickin' Lamore. Wait, do I get to choose? What the? Okay. Well, it's obvious, right? Yeah, what the heck? It's Lamore. Yes, it's Lamore. Yeah, see, it was. I was freaking right the whole time. About, well, not about everything, but about that person being Lamore. And so, verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. First verdict under the juris system. Innocent by unanimous decision. The record will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any ever heard before, or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 p.m., the morning after the trial. In an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Vera Misham opened her eyes. Vera, I'm so glad. Oh, Vera, don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too, and proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about what if Vera. Uh, hey now, don't you start crying too. I'm sorry you had to see us like this. Vera? Thank you so much, Apollo. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I didn't, you never would have bitten your nails. No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera, when I opened my eyes and saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world. To see things with your own eyes. Looks like that poison had some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life. I knew you'd pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you. No, really, it's okay. Ooh, look, it's me. I love it, thanks. Is that me? She's really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so, at least. That reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is? The other lawyer? Oh, you mean Daddy? Except he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no, 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 that's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from the things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again someday and apologize. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that. He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier. You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all? You know, I knew my real daddy was alive. Huh? I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom. You did what? How? I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away. We may not meet again for some time, Trucy. But know this, I will be watching, and one day I shall return. You're the next Grammarier, after all. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he? It's okay, Phoenix is my daddy now, even if he can't really play the piano. That he can't. Oh, and I've got you too, even if your voice is kinda loud sometimes. Glad I made your list. Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy? The one who can't play. Do you know Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder. It's probably Lamore. Maybe it's a new mommy. Well, no, it's not a new mommy. It's probably her old mommy, because Lamore. Oh, Trucy? Yes, Vera? I was wondering. Could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not being knighted. Yet. Here goes. Do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat. Objection! Not loud enough, and I like Miss Magic Underwear better anyway. That's Magic Paint, Apollo. So, your memory's returned. Mr. Wright, was this all part of your plan, too? I don't know what you're talking about. When I lost my memory, I was reborn as Lamore. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists. Ah, you're thinking into it too much. Besides, there was no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy. Of course it is a happy thing. For so long I thought I was alone. But now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This too, I think, is thanks to you. Are you going to tell them? They do not know? Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings. I will go to them when the time is right. Until then, Don't worry, I'll take care of them for you. They're... They're very important to me, too. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her, at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Your bracelet? Yes, I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years. But your bracelet were the strangest of all. I remember meeting him half a year ago now in Christoph Gavin's office. And then I met you. 2 fates destined to intertwine. And I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet, yet it tore who I was away. 10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died. But I didn't survive the accident. That is why I left the troupe, my family. Now, my memories returned. I am myself once more. For the first time, I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vera Miss M regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken, sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really, as long as they've got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story, for now anyway. I've still got a long way to go, and this power of mine, well, it needs some work. But there's hope now. We'd lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, granny time. Gotta go. Cords of steel. Here comes justice. I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Troupe Gremerier. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy. Trucy Gremerier? Frankly, I got my doubts, but Hat Gremerier? Now that'll pack 'em in. It's not every day you get a crowd that rocks harder than one of our gigs, yeah? That's why it's over. The Gaviniers are breaking up. The news caused a run on tissues at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. Well, it's finally over. You know, thinking about it, I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted and I've got time on my hands, maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam again. So, I was standing around eating snackus the other day when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch, or better yet, make them ding. The power of science. Although the preservatives might not be 100% safe. In an unlikely event you are wanting Russian feast, come to Borscht Bowl Club. The only thing colder than restaurant is borscht. Da, but if a greater challenge is being required, then come to the hideout. You know who to ask for. So, Kentucky Pastries is getting back to its eastern roots. Spread the culture and all. Yo, boss, culture time! This is how we write root, capiche? But we're still about giving back to the people. Yo, boss, PR time! And this is how we write people, alright? Not that Walkie's paying any attention. Ooh, kids. Bazoy! Chinese characters on a cake was a fly idea like 3,000 years ago. Believe that? Man, you wanna make it today? You gotta keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that's why I made the OG cracker. For real. I know it doesn't look like no cracker, G. What you want me to call it? The OG muffin? I don't know where all this talk about food's coming from. You ask me, there's only one food, and that's noodles. Noodles forever. I got a new one too. See, this time I just put a big chunk of salt in the bowl. Why pretend Eldon's noodles is about the salt? Salt forever. So it's more like Eldon's salt. My expe- my expectationally inquisitive nature has warned me on that. You see, they used to call me Wesley Stinkler and Wesley Sticky Hands. But no longer. I have a new name, one that reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko, reporting. Yes, curiosity is a sickness, and I am the cure. I don't know how to thank you all for all you've done. Light has returned to my life, and with it, joy. I may have lost years, but I have gained a treasure. Two treasures, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. Brustle, 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 brustle. Brustle here, back on the beat with another interview. Eh? How do I feel about things turned out? No scoop yet, but journalists confident in mint condition. End quote. Yep. End quote. I didn't think it would be. I think it'd be extended, so I just said it ahead of time. It was obvious he was gonna say end quote because you know. I decided to keep painting, originals only, of course. I suppose I'll have to see a bit of the world outside to find what to paint. But I know there are good people out there now. I've met them. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you. Wait, that's drawing a Mr. Hat, isn't it? At least I think it was. So, may seem like I'm done, but I'm not actually done yet. I'm gonna play through all I know so far. Okay, well, yeah, yeah, because I need to see what happens if I select the other option. I'll be skipping all the text since I've already read it, but I just want to know what happens if I select not guilty. I mean, if I select guilty. Yeah, I can skip through all the text since I already read what everyone's saying, and like, yeah, I just want to see what happens if I select the other option. Yeah, come on, yeah, just hurry up. I want to just skip through this, so yeah, I'm just gonna go through this as fast as I can because, yeah, through as fast as I can, like I said, because, yeah, because, you know, I need to frickin', Yep, just gotta, yep, go through this. Yeah. I know. I just need to see what the other ending is. Yep, I know. Yeah, I know, I just need to get to the end. And then use this, and then the right hand on the last word. On the last part. Yes, I know, come on. Just, yeah, I just want to see, like I said, I just want to get to the end so I can see what happens if I choose guilty. I probably should have done that first because just like with the game before this, there was two endings, and if you got the worst one, it would take you it would immediately take you back to where you were before for a chance for the other ending. Or I should have actually saved right there at that point. What I should have saved at that point. Well, if it even let me did, I could have saved so that way I could have just reloaded my last save to check. When you think about it, this trial isn't actually long at all. It's actually just mostly talking. Since it's mostly talking, it shouldn't take too long when you're not reading text. Wait, I just realized. Well, during the first day, I think I got one penalty, but I don't think no, I didn't get a single penalty during this trial. Because if I even got a single penalty, yeah, I know, yeah, I didn't get a single penalty this part of the trial. Wow, that was the first. Yeah, that's the first time ever I got through like any part of any trial without having a single penalty. Okay, come on. Yeah, come on. How many more? Yeah, see, I'm pretty sure this was like already halfway through this part of the trial. It's just that it was mostly text. It's either, yeah, it's not either like a half or like a third way through already. Like I said, it's mostly just text. Yeah, see, look, I'm already at that part there where it shows that. Yeah, that. See, yeah, I remember there was hardly anything actually going on besides reading text. Main reason I probably got the main reason I probably didn't get any penalties because was like during that investigation part, like I put up that whole thing in Paint.net, like yeah, I set up that like whole thing like yeah, like putting together what I thought happened, and every time I noticed an error, I just mentally fixed it, so like I already basically knew like how everything went. So yeah, it makes sense. If you already knew exactly how everything went and you were actually right about it, then once again it'd be the only time you'd get a penalty is if they bring up an argument you never thought of. Yeah, I remember this happening pretty late in the trial, or so it seemed. It's not late into the trial at all. Like I said, it's just because it was mostly text, not much. Yeah, yeah, like the third trial actually had more content compared to this. Like most of it was actually just reading stuff. Thing is, before I even started drafting up like the Paint.net thing, I actually already had I already had my suspicions of Kristoff being the one to get the evidence. I just wasn't 100% sure yet, and I was trying to think of like every other possibility first, and I was like, there's no other possibility, and it's the end of the game, so I mean it has to be this. And then that's when next like I pretended at that time, yeah, at that time I pretended to just now realize it. Whenever I figured it out for a while, but I just felt like it would have been better to just not mention it for a while because if anyone actually was watching, I think it would have been better for them to like actually not yeah, it would have been better for them like see if like to give time to see if they would figure it out on their own before I just straight out said it. So I just realized something. If this is the end, that means there were only two testimonies and only yeah there were two test no there was only one testimony where you present evidence, one evidence where you perceive with the wristband, one time where you choose a person, and one time where you choose a piece of and one time where you no and two yeah and one time where you choose an actual piece of evidence. So yeah, there was only one of actually each small. Yeah, there was only one of each thing in this case. Well, I mean, well, this part of it, but still. Yeah, see, there was hardly any content in it. It was mostly text. What I still wonder is what was like actually underneath Kristoff's psych locks. It's probably like that he did the murder thing, but I wondered like what it would actually be like. Like since like it was like completely different color, like in something completely different. I wonder like how it would actually. I wonder what like it would actually be like if you were yeah if you were unlocking the psych locks. I wonder how it would be like since like they were completely different and like you never actually unlocked them. Yeah, let's see what happens if I select guilty. What happens if I select guilty? There's only one way to find out. And so, a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. The first verdict under the jury system. A hung jury, the final verdict would have to wait for the following day. But fate had different plans. That night, defendant Vera Missam's conditions worsened. She died in her hospital bed. Her verdict was postponed for eternity. So that's what happens if you select the other option. So basically, the stream's over. I just have to find someone to raid because your mom. Yeah, I just gotta find someone to raid. Let's see. But the audio stream current bitrate 0% lower than the recommended bitrate. Well, I know it says 0 because it. Okay, well, anyway, your mom got him. So yeah, I'm looking for someone to raid right now. So I've been live for 8 hours and 43 minutes. Oh, yeah, I think I found someone to raid. I need to get it ready. Alright, get the link. Put Pyragus raid and yeah, get ready to put that in stream in chat for Twitch, the person I'm gonna raid chat and YouTube chat. So I have Pyragus raid. Post that in the Twitch chat and in the YouTube chat, and then put in the link. We're actually gonna be raiding Jacob, who's doing a sleep walk for 10-year anniversary. Yeah, put the link in chat, and then end stream, and then hit enter and Jacob stream because yeah. Yeah, like I said, normally I wouldn't even be able to do this long, but Restream just had a stroke and thought I wasn't streaming anywhere near as long as I was. Wait, let me actually check Restream. Yeah, Restream thought I've only been streaming for 2 hours, even though I've been streaming for 8. So 6 full hours. It thought I haven't been. Oh no, over 6.5. No, a little bit over. Well, yeah. Okay, that's weird. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna actually hit end stream now and then frickin'